48 years. We're going to be meeting with Bibi Netanyahu, as you know, and the president of Lebanon. And I had a great talk with both of them today. They're going to be having a ceasefire, and that'll include Hezbollah. And I think it could be number 10 for me. I think they will. I think it's going to be, actually, it's very exciting because it's 48 years. We're going to be meeting with Bibi Netanyahu, as you know, and the president of Lebanon. And I had a great talk with both of them today. They're going to be having a ceasefire, and that'll include Hezbollah. And I think it could be number 10 for me.
Now, moving on to another story, the United States has decided not to renew a temporary sanctions waiver that allowed limited purchases of Russian and Iranian oil by countries, including India, signaling a return to stricter enforcement amid ongoing geopolitical tensions. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent had said the general license meant to clear oil already at sea before March 11 has run its course and will lapse without extension. Take a look.
Since the Iran war kicked off on February 28th, the United States suddenly finds itself with enemies on both flanks, Russia to the North Asia and Iran in West Asia. So, in classic American fashion, Washington has decided to kill two birds with one very expensive arrow by quietly letting the sanctions waivers on Russian and Iranian oil expire.
I don't have an update on the tariffs, but I do have an update on sanctions. Not be renewing the general license on Russian oil, and we will not be renewing the general license on Iranian oil. Because again, that was oil that was on the water prior to March 11th. Right. So all that has been used.
See, first and foremost, we should be honest with ourselves and we should be realistic as to what we face.
What would be India's oil strategy post-U.S. waiver?
If the waiver is not there, then is America going to apply another 25% tariffs on us if we buy Russian oil? That is the core question, right? So if we buy Russian oil or we continue to buy Russian oil, we get that 25% again, charged to us. Common sense would say that perhaps we don't want to incur that extra 25% tariff, so therefore we will stop buying Russian oil or we will reduce logically. There are two pieces to it. One I see from geopolitical point of view, another I see from energy point of view. From geopolitical point of view, if we are going to stop or reduce buying Russian oil, we should ask America for something in return. We should bargain a little. We should bargain that, okay, move up the Quad summit, because right now the Quad summit is going to be held sometime, but maybe September and all. Marco Rubio is coming. We should tell him, okay, fine. We will reduce buying Russian oil as well as Iranian oil, but you move the Quad summit up, make it happen quicker so that we have clarity on how the Quad is engaging with this world situation, right? Otherwise, Quad remains lingering. So that's one. Secondly, on the energy side of things, I think, again, we need to get real. We need to tighten our belt, pull up our socks. Countries like Korea, Taiwan were not made in a single day. There is a certain work culture these countries adopted in those years when they were able to develop fast. So therefore, one, I will say as an economic emergency, India should introduce a 6-day work week for 1 year as a pilot. Just 1 year, 6-day work week. A 6-day work week will give us a boost of our GDP by 2%. If not 2%, 1.5%. Yes, I understand the downsides. People will feel tired, you want to rest, burnout, low productivity, mental health. Many of those issues are there. But take it, India and Indians should take it as a challenge for just 1 year to show the world that we can work hard for our nation if and when needed. This will boost up our GDP by 2%. That is one. Second, now that's the GDP component, right? We need to boost our GDP. Second, out of this 6-day work week, have 1 day as work from home. because we are facing the energy crisis also, right? We want lesser number of cars going out, buses, if possible. So introduce 1 day work from home. Companies should have the flexibility any day of the week they want, or they can work out some mechanism. But it should be 1 day work from home compulsory across all government and all private sector, whichever sectors, etc. Third thing, tax heavily the big cars and the SUVs. You know, they're gas guzzlers, and people who are buying those kind of cars and all, they can easily afford to pay some more as a tax. Let it be as a luxury tax. 10,000 rupees a year on big sedans above a certain market value. Such class of people can absolutely afford to pay 10,000 rupees a year, I would say.
And now moving on, in a big relief in India's coal sector, Karwar Commercial Port has received its second vessel from Sharjah amid global tensions, as cargo vessel MSG has arrived from the UAE carrying around 6,200 metric tons of bitumen. This is a big relief in India's coal sector, as officials confirmed that the ship departed Sharjah and reached Karwar port safely, ensuring continuity in trade operations, despite tensions involving Iran, Israel, and the United States. This marks the second such arrival since the tensions began, after a similar vessel also docked at the port on March 11, highlighting a steady maritime activity in the region. This is coming even as the U.S. President has said that the 30-day waiver of receiving shipments from the Strait of Hormuz region has even lapsed and will not be extending, but India has received another shipment of bitumen, giving a big relief in India's coal sector. The MSG, the cargo vessel MSG, arrived from the UAE, and it is now carrying 6,200 metric tons of bitumen, and which will be processed to use in India's major industry sector. And this also is the second vessel. The first vessel of bitumen arrived in March 11, while the tensions in the West Asian region was at its peak. And again, another arriving from UAE, 6,200 metric tons of bitumen. Viewers, a big relief in India's coal sector. And this will be has docked in the Karwar Commercial Port area, arriving from Sharjah port, and this coming as the world is slowly easing out from the intensity of the war in the region. And viewers, a key significant point in this is that the vessel has been carrying 6,200 metric tons of bitumen, the cargo vessel MSG. It has docked in Karwar port as well. Now moving on, in a big development from Pakistan, Lashkar-e-Taiba co-founder Amir Hamza has been shot at in Lahore. The attack has raised questions about internal rifts and targeted hits. Pakistan once again seeing a high-profile targeted attack, this time a senior Lashkar figure with no claim of responsibility yet. Speculation is growing. Who is behind these attacks? Let's take a look into this report.
Lashkar-e-Taiba co-founder Maulana Amir Hamza was shot in Lahore. The attack took place outside a media office where Hamza had just finished an appearance. According to reports, two unknown assailants on a motorcycle opened fire before fleeing the scene.
After delivering some religious sermons, because he was the one who is known to actually radicalize youth and to bring in youth into the cadre of the Lashkar-e-Taiba using these sermons only. And when he was returning, it was the car of his friend, it is retired Justice Ghazi, he was returning in. And then all of a sudden, two bike-borne gunmen, they were traveling, they were following them, and after following them for several hundred meters, they stopped at him, and then several shots were fired. What we are being told that Amir Hamza has been hit at his shoulder. That is what he is said to be critical, and is being treated at the local hospital in Lahore. What we are being told that the bullet that has been used is believed to be 9mm bullet. There have been several gunshots that are visible on the SUV vehicle, the SUV Toyota that was there. Now coming to this person, this individual Amir Hamza, important to mention that he has been targeted by the unknown gunmen twice in last 1 year, and he was among a few of those Lashkar leaders, those who came openly after the Operation Sindoor. So he was there along with Saifullah Kasuri, and he was seen giving the hate speech, the speeches against the Union of India. He was speaking of the balkanization of India. So for now the police has started the investigation. This entire area has been cordoned in. They have also been looking into the CCTVs, but nothing has been found in the investigation so far. Only one thing that has surfaced, that the gunmen were bike-borne gunmen.
This is being seen as the second attempt on his life in less than a year, raising serious questions about security and infighting. Hamza, a senior ideologue of the terror group, has long been associated with propaganda, recruitment and funding networks. He has also been accused in the 2005 IISc Bengaluru attack and has been designated by global agencies for his role in terror activities. Reports indicate he sustained injuries in the attack but survived. The shooting has now sparked speculation over who could be behind the attack. As investigations continue in Pakistan, no group has yet claimed responsibility.
Now, viewers, breaking news coming in, and from the Nasik grooming scandal, the absconding TCS grooming case accused HR Nida Khan has approached the court seeking anticipatory bail amid the ongoing investigation. The move comes as authorities continue to probe alleged links and developments connected to the case, keeping the matter under close legal scrutiny. The court is expected to hear her plea soon, which could play a crucial role in determining the next course of action as the investigation unfolds. Nida Khan, still absconding, has moved court now seeking anticipatory bail, and the court will hear her plea as well. She is the main accused so far in the case where women have come to her for help, where she refused and denied, and now absconding and showing light that she in fact knew of the whole scandal that's now coming to surface after investigations where several women have been subjected to several torture and even assault and kidnapping, where even foreign links even emerging where women were supposed to be trafficked back to foreign countries. And a big revelations now coming in as investigations probe deeper. And now Nida Khan has moved court and seeking anticipatory bail amid the ongoing investigation. And this move is coming as investigations continue. And Nida Khan from Nasik, the HR, still absconding. Now I'm joined by Revati from the ground. She has been tracking this story since it broke out and also at the helm at every angle where there were developments in the story. Revati, now Nida Khan has moved anticipatory bail and also the court will be hearing the plea. Many revelations has come out so far in the past few days in the Nasik case. So what's the latest you're getting, and what can we expect of the anticipatory bail that Nida Khan is filing in court?
Right, as you rightly mentioned, Nida Khan's counsel today will be filing an anticipatory bail in the Nashik court today, and he will be filing an anticipatory bail on the medical grounds, and those grounds are saying that she is pregnant and due to this reason she is filing an anticipatory bail. This is a big development that is coming up. Absconding Nida Khan, who is one of the primary accused, and she was said to be preaching about Islamic teachings like wearing a burqa, practicing or reciting namaz or offering kalma. Such things were taught by her to the female employees, and now she will be filing an anticipatory bail through her counsel today in the Nashik court on the medical grounds. So now it will be important to see that what will court hear regarding this, because she is presenting or she is filing an anticipatory bail on the medical grounds. Over to you.
Thank you so much for those details coming in, Revati, and do continue to track the story for us, and we will get back to you shortly. Thank you for joining us on this broadcast. And now, viewers, taking a short break, but do stay with us because we have more stories lined up for you. As voting for women's reservation bill set to begin in Lok Sabha at 4 p.m. today, coming up next, and a massive anger against Lenskart after Style Guide says hijab allowed but bindi prohibited, coming up next. Stay tuned.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
Corrector, the taste of success.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG
Welcome back after the break, and let's quickly shift our focus to the upcoming state assembly elections as the TVK's manifesto for the 2026 Tamil Nadu election has been released. The manifesto was put out by party's leader Vijay at an event in Chennai. At the heart of the TVK manifesto is a robust social security net aimed at women and families. Vijay announced a monthly financial assistance of 2,500 rupees for female family heads under the age of 60, taking a direct shot at the rising cost of living. The party has promised 6 free LPG cylinders per year for every household. The TVK has also reiterated its promise to provide interest-free education loans of up to 20 lakh for higher studies. Vijay's manifesto is aimed at attracting the youngsters more and the independent women in the state. Another long-time promise has also been addressed in his manifesto, which is to create a drug-free state in Tamil Nadu. Let's take a look into this report.
A big political pitch from actor-turned-politician Vijay, as TVK unveils its first full-fledged election manifesto. A manifesto packed with welfare promises targeting women, youth and middle-class voters. From 2,000 rupees monthly aid for women to free cylinders and 200 units of electricity, the focus is clearly on direct benefits. The party has also promised 5 lakh government jobs and financial support for unemployed graduates. In education and economy, TVK is pushing big-ticket ideas, including interest-free loans, world-class schools, and making Tamil Nadu an AI hub. But even as the political push intensifies, controversy has followed. Chennai police have registered cases against Vijay and party functionaries for alleged violations of the Model Code of Conduct. The charges relate to campaign roadshows, including unauthorized gatherings and traffic disruptions in key areas of the city. Similar cases were reported earlier as well, raising questions over campaign conduct. With polling just days away, TVK's aggressive promises and high-voltage campaign have added a new dimension to Tamil Nadu's electoral battle. The question now, will Vijay's populist pitch translate into votes?
Moving on, in an exclusive conversation with Republic TV, the BJP candidate for Kolkata Port, Rakesh Singh, launched a scathing attack against his opponent Farhad Hakim. He further slammed Mamata Banerjee as well, He stated that her desperate attempt to fool the people of West Bengal would not in fact work.
As the time is nearing, the West Bengal elections gets more and more interesting with the high-octane drama each and every day. Not only the violence, but we see how candidates have been campaigning at the different vantages point. Right now, I'm joined by the BJP candidate from the Kolkata port, who is giving the head-on battle to Firad Hakim from this very constituency. As we speak with Mr. Rakesh Singh. Rakesh ji, सबने कहा कि भाजपा ने एक दबंग कैंडिडेट को उतारा है कोलकाता पोर्ट से. आप पोर्ट के कैंडिडेट हैं. ये चुनाव आपके लिए कितना अहम है और दूसरी बात, कितने कॉन्फिडेंट है आप इस वक्त कि हकीम को हरा ही देंगे सीट से?
देखिए, दबंग का अर्थ कौन कैसे लगा रहा है नहीं पता, लेकिन मेरा राजनीति में जो जैसा भाषा बोलता है, जो जैसा करता है, उसको वैसे ही हम रिफ्लेक्ट करते हैं. ये मेरा ये है. और मुझे पार्टी ने मेरे ऊपर जो भरोसा राकेश सिंह के नाम पे भरोसा दिया है, हम एक सामान्य कार्यकर्ता हैं. यहाँ पे सब कार्यकर्ता राकेश सिंह है और फिरहाद हाकिम पर जीत एकदम मेरा निश्चित है. कलकत्ता पोर्ट में 15 साल में वो कुछ भी नहीं किए हैं. वो जो कुछ भी किए हैं सिर्फ 8 अपने काउंसिलर के लिए किए हैं और अपने लिए खुद किए हैं. नहीं तो आप गरीबी और मजबूरी और सड़क का अवस्था, स्वास्थ्य का अवस्था, हर कुछ 15 साल में कलकत्ता पोर्ट पीछे चला गया, वैसे का वैसे ही चला गया. इसी इश्यू को लेके हम हर जनता के बीच में हैं और जनता से जो मुझे रिस्पांस है, हमको नहीं लगता है कि बॉबी हाकिम ये जो उनका मार्जिन था 70,000 वो 10-20 हजार से हार रहे हैं. तो उनको ये डर उनका चेहरा पे, पूरा सिकन पे उनका नजर आ रहा है और मेरे चेहरे पर हंसी और खुशी 4 तारीख के बाद अभी से ही समझ आ रहा है.
ये मार्च का क्या रेलेवेंस है जो आज आप ले करके घूम रहे हैं? क्या ये ममता बनर्जी को दो टूक जवाब है कि जो बार बार वो कहती है कि भाजपा आएगी तो मछली खाने पे रोक लगा देगी?
जी. पहला बैसाख में हम लोग का एक प्रभात फेरी होता है. उस प्रभात फेरी में एक मैसेज दिया जाता है. उस मैसेज पर कलकत्ता पोर्ट से एक मैसेज देना चाहते हैं कि ममता बनर्जी एंड बैंड पार्टी प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ये एकदम झूठा एक प्रचार विक्टिम कार्ड खेल रही है. और वो विक्टिम कार्ड है कि मछली खाना बंद कर देगा, मांसो खाना बंद कर देगा. 2021 में पैर तोड़ के व्हील चेयर पर वो थी और अभी वो इस तरीका का एक प्रचार और झूठा प्रचार कर रही हैं. उसको लेके आज सबसे पहले मैं अपने घर में खाऊंगा, उसके बाद अगल पड़ोस को खिलाऊंगा, उसके मोहल्ला को खिलाऊंगा और बंगाल में हर बंगाली को, भाई बहन को बोलूंगा कि हम लोग ऐसा कभी सोच में नहीं है कि मछली मांसो बंद होगा.
Taking a break for now, but we will definitely be coming back with more stories lined up for you on the other side. Voting for women's reservation bill set to begin in Lok Sabha at 4 p.m. today. And TCS sexual exploitation case reaches Supreme Court. PIL in Supreme Court seeks directions on forced religious conversions.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a power.
The top headlines now. Voting for women's reservation bill set to begin in Lok Sabha at 4 p.m. today. TCS sexual exploitation case reaches Supreme Court. PIL in Supreme Court seeks directions on forced religious conversions. Meanwhile, mastermind and absconding HR Nida Khan has now approached the court seeking anticipatory bail amid the ongoing investigations. Massive anger against Lenskart after style guide says hijab allowed but bindi prohibited. Pakistani link emerges in Delhi NCR riots conspiracy. Social media handles circulating false information were allegedly handled from Pakistan. Trump announces there will be a 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, invites Netanyahu and Aoun to White House for peace talks.
Willing to extend the ceasefire, or will the fighting resume, Mr. President?
I would say the fighting, if there's no deal, fighting resume.
Trump says that the war on Iran will resume if they cannot agree to a deal. Now, viewers, voting on the 3 bills in Lok Sabha to amend the women's quota law and set up a delimitation commission will be held at 4 p.m. today. According to Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, this has come up as a major developing story. This as Union Home Minister Amir Shah on Thursday assured the Lok Sabha that the representation of certain states in the House will not go down if the women's reservation law is implemented with increased strength of the House after delimitation. He also said the number of Lok Sabha seats in the 5 southern states will in fact go up from the existing 129 to 195, with the percentage share increasing from 23.76% to 23.87%. Mr. Shah is scheduled to give a formal reply on the debate on the 3 bills that's going to be voted today at 4 p.m. in the Lok Sabha, as the Parliament has convened. I'm now joined by my colleague Ishita, who has been tracking the Parliament's special session from yesterday on the ground. Ishita, the 3 bills will be voted today in the Lok Sabha at 4 p.m. That's all we know so far. And also Amit Shah has also responded to some of the concerns raised by the opposition that there will be a big sway in the northern, more heavy northern side in the after the delimitation exercise has been announced, saying that there's not happening such things that even the Tamil Nadu states will also be increased. So these are some of the statements that we were listening to yesterday in the discussion. But what's the latest that you're picking up on the ground as voting on the 3 bills will be taking place at 4 p.m.?
Right, of course, Amrita, as you said, Republic is present on ground zero right outside the Parliament building. This is where the Parliament will convene today at 11 a.m. right after a stormy session that took place in the lower house of the Parliament yesterday. Now, there was debate. Both the government of the day and the opposition sides put forward their views on the women reservation and delimitation bill. Now, despite Prime Minister Modi's guarantee, his promise to ensure that there will be no injustice, no one will be left behind, we saw that opposition did not budge. Now, they're asking for the delinking of delimitation bill from women reservation because their stance is that they broadly support the women reservation bill while questioning government's intent on delimitation. Now, BJP's Anuja Kapoor, in fact, joins us on the broadcast. Anuja, I want to ask you now, despite Prime Minister Modi's appeal, his guarantee, opposition is not budging at the moment. The voting will take place at 4 p.m. What is the BJP's strategy going forward?
Jai Shri Ram and good morning. This is a very sad scenario. We all wanted them to be the part of this history. With them, the history will be made. The problem which they are facing is how could they eat their own cake? Rajiv Gandhi brought this bill. He wanted to be a part of it. Now what happened? 2008, Lalu Yadav opposed the bill. 2009, they said in 100 days they are going to enforce the bill. What happened? 100 days? The 100 days has not come. 2010, everybody knows, Rajya Sabha was there. And they got a majority win. 2011, What happened? Census came. Their census, which we are also doing it. So what 2011, the OBC is not there. Now when Rahul Gandhi talks about OBC and is shouting at the head of it, what happened? Neither SP, when you're talking about Muslim quota, 2011, did you ever had to talk a bit with Congress? You are standing hand in neck with the Congress in UPA and still now in an indie bloc. What is the situation now? 2011, we are using the same data. But 2011 does not have OPC. Why are they keeping on asking us, have a new census? Because now what they have not done, they are asking Modi ji to do it because they know Modi ji is the only person who can go ahead and do it. What we are looking into is we have no problem in doing the census. We have said that, census and delimitation. The problem is it will go into a year of 2034. Right. And that is where the women can't wait. Why should we be penalized? We are penalized. For a woman, it is not about Congress or BJP. It is about their right to vote. I have a right. I should not be standing at the ground zero and talking to you all. I should be there in the parliament. I'm a well-educated person. What about the women who have been working on the ground zero, where they have their own battlefield for so many 30 years? What about them? Where will they go? They should be there in the parliament? The people who are creating this hoax, that they are there with the Nari Shakti. No, they are not with the Nari Shakti. They are only with the Nari Shakti till Panchayat. They're not there with the Nari Shakti. They're telling to their own people, 543 are the numbers. You do it in 543. Why are you sacrificing your MPs? Ask the MPs. Have you had a talk with the MPs?
Exactly. That's the big question. Will the male MPs be ready to give up their own seats? And I also want to ask you, because there have been multiple failed attempts over the past 3 decades. We have seen 4 attempts. We reached parliament stage, but it could not become a reality. And today the big question is, will women's right to be represented at the state and national level, will that become a reality when the voting takes place at 4 p.m.? Now, opposition here is asking questions about the notification that has come in last night about 2023 Act coming into force from April 16th. What do you have to say on that?
I think 2023, the bill was already been, came into majority and they've already said yes to it. It's just the implementation. What are we doing?
Why now is they asking?
No, it is, they will ask every time. We are also asking why now? Why now? Why now are you saying something which is on the wrong phase when we are about to implement? Because you didn't have the courage. You didn't have a neta, niti and niyat. You didn't have anything. So why even you are asking us? You have no right to question us. We are the people of BJP. The BJP talks on reform. We will bring it on 16, 17 or 18 whenever the BJP wants to do it. We are the people who talk about nation first and politics second. We are the people who talks about parivar first and your family first. That is what was happening. What we are looking into is talking about the Nari Shakti to come onto the 33%. They say, why not 50%? Making a joke? Why are you talking about making a joke? You know how when you're talking about South, the BJD and the YSR CP has already said yes to it. They're talking about the demilitarization.
Let me come to that, in fact, because it all boils down to the number game. Now, if we talk about NDA, the numbers are not stacked in their favor. At present, you have about 292 as compared to 360 that you need in Lok Sabha and 140 as compared to 160 you would need in Rajya Sabha. So you will need, cross-voting support in this bill. How is BJP trying to mobilize more vote? And, of course, cross-party voting will have to take place in this one.
Why would we do a cross-voting or the horse thing? Why would we do that? Why would we do a lotus kind of a thing? The people who believe in Nari Shakti will vote. That is the only thing. It's simple. It is as simple. The people who believe, the parties who do not want to shed their tears when they go back home and talk to their wives and the children, the girl child, those men and those brothers will vote. And they will vote for India. They will vote for the betterment of India with the half population of women. They will vote for them. We don't have to do any horse trading. We don't have to do any of that. They will come automatically. The ones who stand for the nation will stand with us. Those who are against, and I will tell you, please look closely. This is the future of India. India is with BJP. You have to see, next, whom are you voting? There are elections happening all around. See to that, whom you will be voting. See in your elections, in West Bengal, in Tamil Nadu. See, go and see in Kerala. What is going to happen? Are you going to be with the BJP who talk about the reforms? who talk about Nari Shakti, who has given toilets, who has given Izzat Ghar, who has given whatever, they were Ujwala Yojana and whatever cylinder. Are you with us? Or are you with the Congress, who has, the SP who has torn the bill in front of the Lok Sabha speaker and thrown it on his face? Are you with them? Are you with Gunda Raj? Or are you with us? We are also looking and we are also seeing. And believe me, I am watching. As a Nari, as a Mahila, I am watching you. Who are you? You cannot do this. You are not giving this into a petty in our hands. This is our right. We will snatch it. And believe me, the Nari Shakti will tell each and one of you in these coming elections, dare you say no to us? Dare you do it again? Because 30 years have passed. We will not going to wait it. And this is what is happening. I am not only about BJP. Put me aside on the BJP. I am a mother. I am a well-educated person. As I've already said, people from vocal to local, we people want to be in the parliament. I have wasted my Vidhan Sabha, my MP elections. Why? Because there was no percentage. Where will I sit on the heads of the MPs? 543, they will not lose their seats. What else do you want? We are giving you the 850 seats. We have a big parliament now. At that time, we didn't have a parliament also. Now the new parliament is also there. You have seats to sit. You have a seats to represent. And delimitation is evenly more important because one MP is taking care of 25.7 lakh people. How do you see that? How do you see that? We see it in the class also. One person with 100 students, one teacher. Do you think it is reasonable? No, it is not. And we will not wait for another census to happen. We need a census in 2011. OBC, it's the problem where they are talking about. Modi ji has said, we are standing with everybody. And he has given the guarantee. And that is when the guarantee comes up. If you do not believe in the guarantee of Modi ji, believe and talk to the world. The world will tell you that what leader you have. You have a leader who walked the talk. Stand with us. Please vote in the evening.
All right, BJP now reiterating Prime Minister Modi's message, what he said in lower house of the parliament yesterday as well, that it is high time, it is need of the hour to include women in policy making at the state and national level. And in fact, he also mentioned that today the women of the country will be judging people who vote against this bill. Back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Ishita, and do continue to track this story, and we will get back to you shortly as the Parliament goes to vote the 3 bills that's been introduced yesterday in the special session that's been convened since yesterday. And now, viewers, moving on to another story, India's long-pending Women's Reservation Bill now. Viewers, this is one of those bills that the BJP has introduced and also said that they will be making history now. And the Women's Reservation Bill has once again taken center stage as Arnab Goswami has raised sharp questions over the decades-long delay in its passage. The bill has been in discussion for nearly 30 years. He questions whether the continued demand for more time is genuine or simply a political excuse to avoid implementation. As heated arguments unfold in Parliament, Arnab points to a pattern of resistance from sections of the opposition, linking past objections to present-day demands that could further delay the bill. With historical context now, political contradictions and current developments all colliding into one, the larger question now remains whether India is finally ready to ensure fair representation for women, or if the bill will once again be pushed into uncertainty. Let's take a look.
Ladies and gentlemen, as people are talking about the Women's Reservation Bill, I ask just one question. How long is too long? How long, ladies and gentlemen, is long enough? When will we say we waited long enough and people will stop making excuses for not wanting to pass the Women's Reservation Bill? It is not that Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi or Priyanka Vadra want the Women's Reservation Bill. They are just finding another excuse, ladies and gentlemen, not to have the Women's Reservation Bill. I remember as a cub reporter, and that's my first question tonight, how long is too long? How long is long enough? Let me take you back 30 years, ladies and gentlemen. I had started my career, I was a cub reporter. I used to keep chasing with a mic a fantastic, great lady called Geeta Mukherjee of the Communist Party of India. 1996, ladies and gentlemen. Then 1999, she was leading the battle for the Women's Reservation Bill. I'm talking about 27 to 30 years back in a blink. And you know what they did with her report? Her report was stymied and later buried. It's been 30 years today. We owe it to the legacy of Geeta Mukherjee. If we still say today, let's debate it again, let's find another technical reason. Let's find some reason, let's find some excuse, let's delay it. then I will ask again, how long is too long? Because I heard today during the discussion in the Lok Sabha on the Constitution 131st Amendment Bill, the opposition benches are saying, let's have patience. I say, I have not been patient enough. I started my career 30 years back. And they are saying today, let's have patience. Let's relook things once more. Let's look at the methodology, the before and after, and I call it gerrymandering. These people do not want the women's reservation bill. They want anything but women's reservation. Priyanka Vadra is anti-women, anti-women's reservation. Ladies and gentlemen, today we actually stand behind Bangladesh and Pakistan in terms of number of women proportionate in our legislatures, excluding the panchayats, of course. And I'm asking tonight, had the political parties been honest in the first place about gender balance, do you think we would have waited 30 years? Do you think we would have needed a constitutional amendment? I'm saying we need a women's reservation bill because of a gender bias, an institutional gender bias that political parties have as far as political leadership is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, who are the people who are leading from the front in terms of the delay? Who are the players who said no then and are saying no now? I used to think when we heard people of an earlier generation like Sharad Yadav and Mulayam Singh Yadav speak, I used to think maybe when our generation takes prominence in Indian politics, things will change. But no. Today I heard Akhilesh Yadav. He is now raising the outlandish demand of provisioning Muslim reservation first. So he has found his own way of trying to delay the women's reservation bill. And after all, he is the son of Mulayam Singh Yadav, whose sexist comments on the issue made the Congress party cave in and drop the bill like a hot potato when in power. You remember what he said? The women's reservation bill, if passed in the present format, would provoke young women to whistle in parliament. How different is this from what Akhilesh is saying? Okay, he was a little bit more crude and his son is raising the communal angle to it. But the fundamental issue is that Mulayam Singh Yadav had said that the law is not needed because it would not help rural women, because the rural women are not as attractive as affluent urban women. These are the kind of comments that were made way back, ladies and gentlemen, 2012, 1990s. And today Akhilesh is doing pretty much the same thing. Mulayam Singh Yadav was hand in glove with people like Sharad Yadav. Very, very sexist leader. And I don't like this whole business that just because somebody is no more, we should just say they are great. No, he was not great. He was anti-women. He opposed the women's reservation bill, saying, "Kaun mahila hai, kaun nahi hai? Keval parkati mahila bhar nahi rehne denge." Saying that basically the women's reservation bill will only benefit elite women rather than with bob cut hair, rather than women from other non-elite communities. And today I have Mulayam Singh Yadav's son hiding behind the subterfuge of Muslim reservations, but essentially in the same way. Like his father and his father's friend Sharad Yadav, they wanted to block the bill then, and Akhilesh wants to block the bill now. There's no difference. It was Akhilesh and Sharad Yadav then, Mulayam and Sharad Yadav then, it's Priyanka Vadra and Akhilesh now. There's no difference. Priyanka Vadra's line, more or less, maybe they may phrase it differently, but their approach is that of Sharad Yadav. Ladies and gentlemen, the Congress party accommodated this Mulayam Sharad Yadav sentiment when in power in 2010, 2012. They were their political partners, and that is why they don't want the women's reservation bill. Now, let me come to the left. If the left is so gung-ho about gender balance, let me give you some figures from Kerala, India's most literate state, right? Where the left has had the longest rule except for West Bengal. Let's start with the Congress party first. Rahul and Priyanka Gandhi's Congress in Kerala has 9 women candidates out of 92 total candidates, which means Priyanka Vadra has reduced women's representation in terms of candidates to 9.8%. These people say, "Ladki hu lad sakti hu." Can you believe it? Look at that number, viewers. This is the kind of truth about Priyanka Vadra and Rahul Gandhi that needs to come out. Where is the women's reservation now? Women's reservation in the Kerala Assembly, let me take that as a case study, has rarely exceeded 10%, one of the most literate states in the country. Outgoing House, there were 11 women MLAs accounting for 6% of the strength of the House. And Priyanka Vadra has blocked women from getting seats. She's given 90% seats to men. So this lecturing by Priyanka Vadra is complete 1000% hypocrisy. And that is why I come back to my original point tonight. Don't listen to all these arguments being put by these Priyanka Vadra and Akhilesh and all these people against the women's reservation bill being passed now. The only question they must answer is, 30 years has gone by since this bill was talked about, framed, and the legislative process started. if the women's reservation bill is not passed tomorrow at 4 o'clock, when they will be voting, we should hang, as a country, we should hang our heads in shame, especially the opposition, if they vote against it.
And now moving on to another story, a political showdown in the Lok Sabha over the women's reservation and delimitation, as Priyanka Gandhi accuses the centre of a well-planned conspiracy to delay the implementation by linking it to census and delimitation, while also targeting Narendra Modi over what she calls a selective narrative. Hitting back, Home Minister Amir has rejected these charges, insisting that no state, especially in the South, will lose representation, and also accuse the opposition of spreading misinformation. Here's the full report. Let's take a look.
A fiery Lok Sabha face-off as Priyanka Vadra questions linking women's reservation with delimitation, alleging a hidden political agenda.
अध्यक्ष महोदय, मौजूदा सरकार एक बार फिर इस देश की जनता की आंखों में धूल झोंकने का काम करके देश की अखंडता पर बहुत बड़ा हमला कर रही है। एक तरफ महिला आरक्षण की बड़ी-बड़ी बातें, तो दूसरी तरफ गुप्त रूप से ओबीसी वर्ग का हक छीना जा रहा है और कुछ प्रदेशों की ताकत कम करके लोकतंत्र की धज्जियां उड़ाकर अगले चुनाव के लिए अपनी पार्टी की मजबूती का ढांचा बनाया जा रहा है। एक तरफ महिला आरक्षण और दूसरी तरफ आपको काट पीट करने की, पूरे ढांचे को बदलने की स्वतंत्रता, ओबीसी वर्ग को नकारने की स्वतंत्रता।
Targeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi, she says that the government is not telling the full story and is projecting itself as the sole champion of women. Citing Congress legacy, she says that 33% reservation in local bodies under Rajiv Gandhi and the Women's Reservation Bill passed in Rajya Sabha during Manmohan Singh. She questions the delay, asking why reservation can't be implemented immediately, and alleges linking it to census and delimitation, stalling progress. Escalating her attack, she calls it a well-planned conspiracy and takes a swipe at Amit Shah. Hitting back, Amit Shah rejects concerns over southern states, saying their representation will remain stable or even rise.
ये जो 3 विधेयक है, संविधान संशोधन विधेयक और 2 कानून, डिलिमिटेशन का और संघ क्षेत्र के चुनाव के कानून में बदलाव, वो आने से दक्षिण की क्षमता लोकसभा में बहुत कम हो जाएगी। अब कुल मिलाकर दक्षिण का जो पूरा नैरेटिव बनाया जाता है, उसको अगर हम सोचते हैं तो अभी 543 सीटों में जो आपके द्वारा बनाया गया है, उसमें 129 सांसद इस सदन में बैठते हैं। मान्यवर, लगभग 23.76% दक्षिण के सांसदों का यहाँ शक्ति है। अब 50% वृद्धि होने के बाद 129 की जगह 195 सांसद बैठेंगे और उनकी शक्ति 23.97%, मतलब 24% होगी। तो शक्ति बढ़ नहीं रही है, कम नहीं हो रही है, बढ़ रही है।
Hitting back, Amit Shah accused opposition of false narratives and false propaganda, stating due process is necessary for justifiable representation. Further on accusations, he rejects concerns over southern states, saying their representation will remain stable or even rise. Amit Shah cites data, says southern states will gain seats, Karnataka 28-42, Andhra 25-38, Telangana 17-26, with Tamil Nadu and Kerala also rising. He says that the South's overall share stays stable from 23.7% to 23.97%, asserting no state will lose representation. The centre maintains delimitation will expand representation, not reduce it.
Now slipping into a short break, but don't go anywhere because we have more stories lined up for you today. Now coming up, voting for women's reservation bill set to begin in Lok Sabha at 4 p.m. today. And TCS sexual exploitation case reaches Supreme Court. PIL in Supreme Court seeks directions on forced religious conversions.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old.
Taking a short break now, viewers, but don't go anywhere because we have more stories lined up for you on the other side. Coming up after the break, voting for women's reservation bill set to begin in Lok Sabha at 4 p.m. today. Meanwhile, mastermind and absconding HR Nida Khan has now approached court seeking anticipatory bail amid the ongoing investigation.
MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be on the voting which is supposed to happen on the Women's Reservation Bill. Three important bills which were tabled yesterday in the Parliament and the Lok Sabha, and the voting is going to happen at 4 p.m. today. But there will be a lot of updates, there will be discussions, there will be debates on that. We'll get you minute-to-minute updates from the Parliament. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines. Voting for Women's Reservation Bill set to begin in Lok Sabha at 4 p.m. today. TCS sexual exploitation case reaches Supreme Court. PIL in Supreme Court seeks directions on forced religious conversions. Meanwhile, mastermind and absconding HR Nida Khan has approached court seeking anticipatory bail amid the ongoing investigation. Massive anger against Lenskart after style guide say hijab allowed but bindi not allowed. And also top focus, Pakistani link emerges in Delhi NCR riots conspiracy. Social media handles circulating false information were allegedly handled from Pakistan. Donald Trump announces there will be a 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon after leaders of the two nations met in person for the first time in over 34 years.
If there's no deal, would you be willing to extend the ceasefire, or will the fighting resume, Mr. President?
I would say the fighting, if there's no deal, fighting resume.
Donald Trump says that the war on Iran will resume if they cannot agree to a deal. All right, viewers, let's begin with the top focus story. Now, voting on the three bills in Lok Sabha to amend the women's quota law, the bill, and set up a delimitation commission will be held at 4 p.m. today. Very important top focus story. Now, according to the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, this is going to happen at 4. Now, this, as Union Home Minister Amir Shah on Thursday assured the Lok Sabha that the representation of the southern states in the House will not go down if the women's reservation law is implemented with increased strength of the House post-delimitation. Now, he said that the number of Lok Sabha seats in the 5 southern states will go up from the existing 129 to 195. Now, with the percentage share increasing from 23.76% to 23.87%. So, clear indication that the number of seats in the southern states is bound to rise. A significant growth from 129 to 195 seats, and also the percentage won't be impacted. There will be a rise even when it comes to the percentage share, which will increase from 23.76% to 23.87%. Now, Mr. Shah is scheduled to give a formal reply on the debate on the three bills today. So it's a very important day for the discussion and the debate on the three bills. I have
Ishita joining me from Vijay Chowk for more information. She's near the Parliament, very close to the Parliament, with guests, experts joining with her. Ishita, very crucial day for the government and for the women of the country and for women parliamentarians in totality. Ishita.
Right, of course, Shivam, it's a big day for women, for Indian politics and their right to be included in policy making at the state and national level. Now, all eyes are on the Parliament, which in fact will convene in just about an hour from now. Now, till yesterday also, the Parliament proceedings were continuing till 1:30 a.m., underscoring how important this bill is for Indian politics and for women and their right to be represented. Now, I'm being joined by Rani Reddy from BJP Telangana on this. Now, I want to ask you, we have seen, major opposition coming in on this bill from southern states. Now, despite Prime Minister giving a guarantee, a promise that their share will not get impacted, there will be just a flat 50% rise and their, in fact, share will increase. Now, we're looking at a marginal increase from 23.7 to 23.9. Despite all the assurances being given by the government of the day, the southern states are not budging. So what is the BJP's strategy going forward? And as also you represent a southern state, what is your take on this?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ishita, for having me on Republic stage. So on women's reservation bill. So thank you very much, and I would like to congratulate all Indian...
Ishita, if you can hand over the mic to the guest. We're getting... Yeah, Ishita, if you can give the mic to the guest. We are not getting the audio, Ishita.
I would like to congratulate all Indian women for getting reservation in upcoming elections in Lok Sabha and Assembly seats also. And I would like to convey thanks to Narendra Modi ji behalf of all Indian women, especially from southern states, from Telangana state. Now I will come to your question. So you are asking that why southern state parties especially, so are opposing this bill. So I am clarifying you. Now the southern state parties and regional parties and southern state Congress units also, they are rethinking about that. Because, yesterday Amir Shah ji has clarified very well, and Narendra Modi ji also, he has addressed the nation. While he was addressing, he assured southern states, he assured all the states of India that every state will get the equal share. So 50% seats will be increased. It means whether it is a north or south, it is east or west, every state will get the 50% share in existing or adding to the existing seats. So southern states will not lose. If we go to the back, our southern states regional parties and all the southern states Congress party units also, they have demanded for equal share. So earlier it was about based on the population only. So if we take the population as a benchmark, southern states may lose. So that's why our leaders, they have come and they have organized a meeting, and after that meeting they requested and they demanded Narendra Modi ji's government that, so we want to get the equal share as north states will get. So then, considering our demand, considering our southern states' demand, so they have considered it and they have brought one via media solution, and now our states also will get the equal percentage as north states will get. So with this, I came with the figures also. If we see Ishita, Telangana, for example, because I am come from Telangana. So in Telangana we have 17 Lok Sabha seats. Now, so if the census 2011 figures were used as a benchmark, we would get 24 seats. So that means 4 plus 3, 7 seats will increase. Otherwise, if we go with the proposed 50% formula, which Narendra Modi ji and Amir Shah ji has proposed, so if we go with that, Telangana would get 26 seats. And 9 seats will increase for Telangana. And as well as Andhra also. Andhra seats, existing seats are 25. And if they go with 2011 census as a benchmark, they would get 33. Now they are getting 38. So gaining is 13%. If we take like that, Karnataka will get 14 seats more, Tamil Nadu will get 20 seats more, and Kerala will get 10 seats more. It means if we go with the census and now also, so the south states, what they are asking that we will lose than north. But there is no loss because, in the existing seats also, the difference between the north and south is 23.4 or 5%. Now, with the proposal seats, we will get the same difference, 23.9. There is a slight slight increase also, 0.4% increase also. Then where is the loss? And then where is the discrimination?
Exactly what BJP right now is saying, that the objection that was coming in from the southern states about the use of 2011 census has now been addressed. And in fact, the 50% formula that will be applied now to all the states is beneficial for all. I want to ask you, you said right after Prime Minister's speech in Lok Sabha, there has been a rethink in several parties and they could be voting for the bill today. So if you could tell our viewers, what are the parties that are now rethinking their position, rethinking their stance and could shift towards NDA?
Because, Ishita, it is a national interest. Giving reservation to the women is a national interest and it has been pending since long time. First time in 1996, the women reservation bill was introduced in the House, Parliament House, but it got not passed. So after that, it took many years to be passed in Rajya Sabha. But even though the Congress Party was in the power for 3 to 4 decades after the 1971 when they took the decision that the women should get the reservation. So, but the Congress Party also could not be able to pass the women reservation bill. But it is the time after Narendra Modi ji came into the power. So he has taken this issue as a national interest. So based on that, in 2023 September, he made the bill to be passed. So now the Indian women are happy. And with this reservation, every woman will get the opportunity. Whether she is a BJP woman or Congress woman or YSRCP women or TDP women or AP women, or in independent women also. So women will get the opportunity. So they are raising one more question that, why are you clubbing this delimitation with the women reservation bill? But I am requesting all the parties, and you have asked me where you will get the support and which are the parties are rethinking. So we are expecting that YSRCP is going to support us.
Okay.
Though it is not in the NDA. And our Telangana Congress unit also is rethinking about that. Because, if the delimitation is done, then automatically the share of women's seats will be also increased. So when there is no discrimination between the north and south, when we are getting the equal share with the north, so then there is no problem at all. And one more thing, the women will get the more seats. So they may not ruin the women's opportunity. If they don't vote also, they will face the circumstances.
All right, that's what the Prime Minister also said in Lok Sabha yesterday, that anyone who opposes this will be watched by the women of the country. And now it all boils down to the voting that will take place at 4 p.m. in the Parliament, when a crucial right for the women to be represented at state and national level, their inclusion in policy making, will be put to vote. Back to you, studio. In fact, we'll continue to get you all the updates from on ground. But right now, back to more developments coming at the studio.
Yeah, definitely, Ishita. It's a very big day, important day, and voting for the 3 bills in Lok Sabha to amend women's quota. Thanks a lot for the update. All right, we have a lot of big breaking news developments that we have right now. ED raids underway at the residence of Punjab Cabinet Minister, that is Sanjeev Arora. This marks the second raid on an AAP leader's residence within 3 days. An ED team arrived at his home in Ludhiana this morning, and the Central Police Forces have been deployed outside the premises. Now, raids were also conducted at Minister Sanjeev Arora's residence and other locations. Now, according to sources, this action is being taken in connection with an old case involving money laundering and alleged irregularities in land deals. So, ED raids at Punjab Cabinet Minister Sanjeev Arora's home. It is happening as we speak right now. ED raids are underway at the residence of Punjab Cabinet Minister, which is Sanjeev Arora. Now, this is the second raid, marks the second raid on an Aam Aadmi Party leader's residence within 3 days. An ED team arrived at his home in Ludhiana this morning, and central police forces have been deployed outside the premises for security. Now, raids were also conducted at Minister Sanjeev Arora's residence and other locations. Now, according to sources, this action which is being taken place in connection with an old case which involved money laundering and alleged financial irregularities, which involves land deals in this case. So this is a second Aam Aadmi Party leader where ED raids are happening as we speak. Now, before that, it was Miss Mittal, who was the ED raids were happening at his residence. Now, these are the ED raids which are happening at the residence of Sanjeev Arora. Big breaking news development. Fresh searches at premises linked to Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjeev Arora in Punjab. Now, there were raids at the residence of Ashok Kumar Mittal, who is a Rajya Sabha member from Aam Aadmi Party, deputy leader of Rajya Sabha, which happened a few days ago, and now this is the latest development that we are getting. ED carrying out searches at premises associated with Sanjeev Arora, Punjab's Industries Minister, as part of an ongoing investigation. So these are the exclusive visuals on your television screen. First on Republic, as you can see. Now the investigation is ongoing, raids are ongoing. The agency has conducted raids early in the morning, right as we speak. Today, that is Friday, the raids are going on. The agency conducted raids at multiple locations in Ludhiana and other places in the state. Arora is a leader of the Aam Aadmi Party and had been earlier subjected to ED action in 2024. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, what started as a workers' protest in Noida is now taking a serious turn, with investigators probing a possible external link, including social media handles allegedly connected to Pakistan. Now, was this organic anger or a planned disruption? To know more, watch the special report.
Republic had exposed how protesters systematically mobilized through social media platforms. Now investigators reveal that these social media handles who were instigating the protest are linked to Pakistan. Authorities say that the unrest may have been aimed at disrupting law and order, and even targeting state development is now being seriously probed. Police also says that initially the protest died down, but due to communications via social media, the protest rose again.
दोपहर में दो सोशल मीडिया हैंडल्स के द्वारा एक फॉल्स नैरेटिव तैयार करते हुए गलत तथ्यों को अपने हैंडल से ट्वीट किया गया था और उसके बाद उसको वायरल कराया गया था। मौके से ही वापस लौट रहे श्रमिकों के पुनः उत्तेजना में आने और उनके द्वारा पुलिस के साथ दोबारा से मोर्चा संभालने की दिशा में एक मजदूर के हाथ से ही इसकी जो सूचना प्राप्त होने पर इसको तत्काल वेरीफाई कराया गया था और उसमें पुलिस की गलत फायरिंग, पुलिस ने फायरिंग की और कुछ लोगों की मृत्यु हुई, ऐसे गलत तथ्य डालकर मजदूरों को उकसाने की दिशा में महत्वपूर्ण रोल अदा किया गया था। ऐसी दशा में इन दो एक्स हैंडल्स के खिलाफ में थाना सेक्टर 20 में 2 मुकदमे 13 तारीख को ही लिखे गए थे और उसके बाद विवेचना को आगे बढ़ाया गया था। ये दोनों ही हैंडल लगातार पाकिस्तान से ऑपरेट होना पाए गए हैं। इनमें लगातार जो नेट की कनेक्टिविटी और आईपी एड्रेसेस हैं वो पाकिस्तान के हैं और इनके द्वारा समय समय पर वीपीएन का भी दुरुपयोग किया जाना पाया गया है।
Security agencies are also examining whether the protest was deliberately hijacked to create instability in one of India's key industrial corridors. However, it is important to note that the Pakistan angle remains under investigation and has not been conclusively established yet. For now, the focus is on identifying who orchestrated the violence and whether this was spontaneous anger or something far more calculated. Because if this was indeed a conspiracy, then this is not just about Noida. This is about national security.
All right, viewers, we have another big breaking news coming in the TCS grooming case. The TCS grooming mastermind Nida Khan seeks bail. It is reported that Nida Khan is currently located in Mumbai or a nearby city. Furthermore, according to her family, she is pregnant and expecting her first child. Nida Khan's lawyers have sought relief from the court on Thursday on behalf of medical condition. Her medical condition is likely to be presented as a key ground in the anticipatory bail petition. Meanwhile, while Nashik police officials are expected to verify these claims through official medical channels, the SIT remains actively engaged in efforts to trace and take Nida Khan into custody. So it's not going to be the easy road for Nida Khan in this case. The TCS grooming mastermind, that is Nida Khan, is trying to seek anticipatory bail. Will be difficult. However, they are seeking it on the grounds of a pregnancy and a lot more. Big development happening here. The SIT examines the case. The SIT remains actively engaged in efforts to trace and take Nida Khan into custody. She's on the run. Nashik police officials are expected to verify these claims through official medical channels. The SIT remains actively engaged in efforts to trace and take Nida Khan into custody. All right, we have Revati, who continues to track the entire stories. Each and every development was shared by Revati. Revati, what is the latest that you are fetching now? They are giving medical grounds and they will try for anticipatory bail, but it's not going to be that easy because Nida Khan is being searched for and might be arrested very soon by the SIT team.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, Nida Khan is on a run since day one. This particular matter came to light, and now she will be seeking an anticipatory bail from the Nashik court, and the grounds for that anticipatory bail are the medical grounds. According to the sources, it indicates that she's pregnant. Her family says that she's pregnant. So this particular thing will be verified by the SIT, which is formed by the Nashik police. And also, the latest development which is coming up is that the documents are also being submitted or also being scrutinized by the central investigation agencies. So all of this will be scrutinized by the central agencies as well, because on Republic we saw that Nida Khan could be related to Red Fort bomb blast accused Dr. Shaheen. So investigation agencies, central investigation agencies actually are also involved in this particular matter now. Over to you.
All right. Thanks a lot for the updates on this story, Revati. Continue tracking this entire development. All right, viewers, now let's move on. We have another big breaking news development that we are fetching right now. Strongly urge early restoration of freedom of navigation through a Strait of Hormuz. This comes from India. India is urging restoration of navigation freedom in Hormuz. India has urged that the freedom of navigation must be kept as it is. Now, there should be freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. This is what India has given a statement on. India termed the targeting of commercial shipping during the West Asia conflict as deplorable, strongly urging that unimpeded freedom of navigation and global commerce through the Strait of Hormuz be restored at the earliest. Now, an aspect of particular concern for India for its energy and economic security relates to commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, India's permanent representative to the UN, Ambassador Harish Parvathaneni, said in the UN General Assembly on Thursday that India has deplored the fact that commercial shipping was made a target of military attacks in this conflict, as per Parvathaneni. This is a very big development, a very big statement coming in from India, and this holds true for everybody, and if this is followed, it will be benefiting everybody. Let's listen into what was exactly said by the ambassador.
India had expressed deep concern and urged all states to exercise restraint, avoid escalation, and prioritize safety of civilians. We have urged all states to promote dialogue and diplomacy and de-escalation of tensions, and to purposefully address underlying issues. We have also called for respect of sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states. An aspect of particular concern for India, for its energy and economic security, relates to commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. India has deplored the fact that commercial shipping was made a target of military attacks in this conflict. The precious lives of Indian seafarers aboard ships have been lost during the course of the conflict. We reiterate that the targeting of commercial shipping and endangering innocent civilian crew members or otherwise impeding the freedom of navigation and commerce in the Strait of Hormuz are unacceptable. International law in this regard must be fully respected. We strongly urge that safe and unimpeded freedom of navigation and global commerce through the Strait of Hormuz be restored at the earliest.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up. Coming up after the break, a Republic on the campaign trail with BJP's star campaigner, that is Leander Pace. And we'll be listening into the exclusive conversation on the other side of this short commercial break.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out
All right, viewers, welcome back after the short commercial break. Now let's move on to another top story. Now, the United Nations has welcomed the announcement made by US President Donald Trump regarding a ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel. Now, this comes after the two neighboring countries held their first direct diplomatic talks in Washington. The UN also stressed on the point that there is no military solution to the conflict. More details in this special report.
In a historic development, the US has mediated a 10-day ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel. The United Nations has lauded the move.
We welcome steps that would end hostilities and suffering on both sides of the Blue Line. The United Nations, through our political and peacekeeping missions, remains ready to support these efforts and continues to urge the full implementation of Security Council Resolution 1701. And that full implementation is towards a permanent ceasefire and a long-term solution to the conflict.
Israel, however, has struck a more cautious note.
We will have to follow very carefully what's happening on the ground. And if we will feel threatened, we will react. You know, we are not going anywhere. We are holding our positions. We agreed for 10 days holding those positions, having a ceasefire. And we all know that, you know, the problem is not with the Lebanese government. The problem is with Hezbollah. And it will be challenging.
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We have a lot more lined up in the coming bulletin. Coming up next, voting for Women's Reservation Bill set to begin in Lok Sabha at 4 p.m. today. And also top focus coming up, TCS sexual exploitation case reaches Supreme Court. PIL in Supreme Court seeks directions on forced religious conversions.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire.
Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be Donald Trump announcing there will be a 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon after the leaders of the two nations met in person for the first time after a lot of years. We'll get you all the details of this and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Voting for Women's Reservation Bill set to begin in Lok Sabha at 4 p.m. today. Sexual exploitation, TCS sexual exploitation case reaches Supreme Court. PIL in Supreme Court seeks directions on forced religious conversions. Meanwhile, mastermind and absconding HR Nida Khan has now approached court seeking anticipatory bail amid the ongoing investigation. Massive anger against Lenskart after style guide says hijab allowed but bindi prohibited, not allowed. And Pakistani link emerges in Delhi NCR riots conspiracy. Social media handles circulating false information were allegedly handled from Pakistan. Donald Trump has announced there will be a 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon after leaders of the two nations met in person for the first time in over 34 years.
If there's no deal, would you be willing to extend the ceasefire, or will the fighting resume, Mr. President?
I would say the fighting, if there's no deal, fighting resume.
Trump says that the war on Iran will resume if they cannot agree to a deal. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with the top focus story. Now, voting on the 3 bills in Lok Sabha to amend the women's quota law and set up a delimitation commission will be held at 4 p.m. today. That's the top focus. Now, this as per the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla. Now, this as Union Home Minister Amit Shah on Thursday assured the Lok Sabha that the representation of southern states in the House will not go down if the women's reservation law is implemented with increased strength of the House post-delimitation. All right, I have my colleague joining me from Vijay Chowk. Over to Rakshita for more details. Ishita is also at the location. Over to you on what's going to happen today. Big day for the women and for the parliamentarians.
Right, thank you so much, Shivam. Joined by my colleague Ishita, also from Vijay Chowk, and we have BJP's Ms. Rani Reddy also joining us here. This is going to be historic if these amendments get passed, ma'am. But what, first of all, you think about the number game? How confident is your party there?
Our party is very much confident on women reservation bill along with the delimitation. So why I am saying the women reservation is a national interest. It is not a single party interest. Yesterday, our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, when he was addressing the nation from the parliament, he clearly said that you people, the other opposition parties, you take the credit. I don't want any credit. We want only the nation interest. So the women must be in the legislative houses after the upcoming elections. So that is the Narendra Modi ji's interest, and that is the Bharatiya Janata Party's government interest. So there is a necessity to protect the national interest. So other Congress party and other Congress alliance parties, southern regional parties also, they should understand this. Because, women, we are 50% in the population, we are 50% in the nature, and we are the part of this earth. So, after getting 75 years of independence also, still the women in India are not getting reservation, are not getting the equal rightful share in the parliament. So, this is a shame on us. This is a shame. If we think about if we take the number in our parliament, this is 18th Lok Sabha. At this time also, we are only 14% in the Lok Sabha. Only 14% women are there in the Lok Sabha. So why like that? When we are 50% in the population, why we have to be strict to the 14% or 15% or 10% like that? So earlier, women were not allowed to come out from the houses. But now the situation has changed a lot. Even after Narendra Modi ji became the chief minister, after BJP government has come to the power, so our government our government has done many things for the women and women empowerment, and from the kitchen to the parliament. So providing free gas connections, providing
will you be able to convince the opposition? Because we've seen that the Home Minister, the Prime Minister, they've all tried to allay all the fears. But it is important for such a historic bill that you have the opposition also to be on the same page.
Yeah, definitely they have to, because there is one question from southern India. There is one demand from the Southern Congress unit also. What is that? So southern parties, they are asking that if this delimitation is done, if the southern states may lose the seats than the north states. So they have a doubt that in the north area the seats may increase, they may get more benefit. But with the clarification, Amir Shah ji has clarified everyone, and with the figures, he told the figures also. So even I have the figures with me now. The main demand of the southern states is that we may lose the percentage. But no, now I am telling you, in these 543 seats, now we have 129 Lok Sabha seats from southern states. If the delimitation is done, so the proposed seats number will be increased to 816. Out of 816, we will get 195. Now we have 23.76% in all the Lok Sabha seats. We will get 23.9%, and 0.23% will be increased. We will have that. So in Telangana, now we have 17 seats. The proposed seats will be 26. In Andhra, 38. Karnataka, 42. Tamil Nadu, 49. Kerala, 30. So where is the loss? So the southern states understood this, and they have to understand this, and the equal share, equal right is giving to every state. Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji assured the nation that southern states also will get the equal share, whether it is a east or west, north or south. So the equal percentage of the seats will be increased. So there is no discrimination at all. So that's why we are expecting our southern state regional parties also will vote for the bill in the evening. YSRCP is in the favor of this bill, and we are expecting TRS also, because they have seats in the Rajya Sabha, and we are expecting our Congress party also. We are appealing, we are requesting Sonia Gandhi ji to consider this as a national interest, and Congress also should vote for this bill in the evening today.
Okay, so that is what the BJP is saying. They're exuding confidence. But we've seen that there has been a protest, especially by the DMK. My colleague Ishita also continues to track all the developments. Ishita, tell us, what is the opposition saying? Because today also the protests are happening inside the parliament. And there is a concern that is being raised by the opposition that this should not be linked to delimitation. The women's reservation bill should be done as per this, because it's been done as per the previous census. So it should be done on the current seats.
Right, of course, Rakshita, we have seen, despite Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amir Shah, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju, all of them coming out on the floor of Parliament just yesterday, trying to give their assurance, their promise to the opposition side that their seats will not be impacted, there will be no justice to any state or region, and no region will be left behind. We have seen opposition not budging from its stance, from its position. Now, they say that they broadly support the women reservation bill. They want the 33% quota to be implemented. But at the same time, they're questioning the intent of the government. Now, they're asking for a delinking of the delimitation bill to the women reservation quota. And at the same time, they're asking for a written guarantee. If the government can provide in a written text that 50% flat increase will be given to all the states and there will be no discrimination against the southern states, their voice will be heard. So those are the points of contention, disagreements coming to light from the opposition side. And as you rightly mentioned, DMK, in fact, has been at the forefront of these protests. We have seen the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, M.K. Stalin, burning the copy of the bill, in fact, and holding a black flag protest in the state and also in the parliament as well. So we have seen, a lot of opposition parties raising their concerns, asking the government to give them a written guarantee about the flat 50% increase and asking for the delinking of the delimitation process from the reservation bill.
Right. In fact, I'll just go across to Ms. Rani Reddy again. Ms. Rani, what we are hearing is that the DMK is also ready to move the court. It's going to take this fight from the parliament, from the streets to the court. Now, what really is the option then for the government here?
DMK is playing a political game. Always they want to gain, they want to get the attraction. They want to get the, they always do the diverting politics. So DMK, earlier what they have demanded for the equal share. They have demanded for the equal share as the north states will get. So now, according to their demand, considering their request, Narendra Modi ji, he brought a via media solution. So with this solution, North India states and southern states also will get the 50% increased seats. Then what is the question? The main thing is with DMK or Congress party also, the thing is that they are unwilling. They don't want women reservation bill to be passed. They don't want women to be in the legislative houses as well as men. Because, since 1996, there was an opportunity many times when the Congress party was in the power, when the Congress party is in the, as Indira Gandhi, she was the Prime Minister for 18 years, and Sonia Gandhi, she was the UPA chairperson between 2004 and 14. 10 years she was the shadow Prime Minister, and she, as a UPA chairperson, she handled everything. But the Congress party did not pass the bill. They have introduced in the Rajya Sabha, it got passed, and they did not introduce it into the Lok Sabha. So they did not dare to do it because that is the unwillingness of the Congress party, that is the unwillingness of the DMK, that is the unwillingness of the RJD, that is the unwillingness of the SP also. So all these parties are against women. They don't want the women reservation bill to be passed. That's why they are doing this political game, and they are trying to make this bill not to be passed. But from our party, yesterday Narendra Modi ji appealed everyone. He also told the southern parties and as well as Congress party also, he told that you people take the credit. I don't want any credit. You people take the credit on women reservation bill. Our interest is the national interest. Our interest is the women should sit in the parliament. The women should sit in the all the assemblies also of every state. And the share also will be increased equally. The 50% share of the seats will be increased as well as in north and as well as in south also. As of now, if we see about the Congress party delimitation, now the seats were here, so based on the Congress party's delimitation, right? So according to that also, we have the 23.7% difference only between the north and south. And after this delimitation also, the same difference will be between north and south. Then where is the point? Where is the point of...
Okay. We have a breaking news coming in. We have a reaction coming in from DMK's DMK chief and Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin right now on the day of voting. We're getting in a post. He has written on social media platform X, and I quote, today is a crucial day in Tamil Nadu politics. It is the day we will learn the outcome of our struggles against delimitation. He went on to say that verbal assurances from leadership are insufficient to protect Tamil Nadu's representation against a black law that grants the Delimitation Commission unchecked power to alter constituencies. We categorically reject this deception legislation and demand a constitutional amendment to freeze delimitation for 25 years, mirroring the statutory protections provided by previous administrations. If the government uses its numerical majority to force this conspiracy to despite the fierce local opposition, it must be prepared to face the serious political consequences in Tamil Nadu. That's a warning, in fact, that is being issued by M.K. Stalin, the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister. He is now saying that BJP should be ready for political consequences of this, and he's also calling it unfair when he says that in fact, the government uses its numerical majority to force. Now, Ms. Reddy, this is what Stalin is saying, that the Delimitation Commission is being granted the unchecked power to alter the constituencies. And he also goes on to say that there is a use of a numerical majority through force.
So one thing, yesterday Narendra Modi ji, he has clarified the thing. You know, Delimitation Commission will be constituted, and the commission will take all the opinions of every party. And this Stalin ji also, he can give his representation and he can say what he wants, what are his demands, so to the commission. So after taking all the consensus, the Delimitation Commission will send the report. So one thing from our side, what we are going to say, so women reservation should be given to the women and it should be implemented in 2029 elections. Let the bill passed first. If they want any amendments in that, if they want any OBC reservation, if they want any Muslim reservation, again they can ask the parliament, they can demand for it, and we can do any amendments, because you know this is also an amendment. So why can't we? We are requesting them, let the women reservation bill...
Opposition says that you're trying to hurry up and you're trying to just hurriedly pass this so that you can get your own way.
So where is the hurry, Didi? You say that, you know, it was 1996 when the women's reservation bill was introduced for the first time, and now it is 2026. It has been 40 years, 4 decades. Since 4 decades, we are not getting our rightful share. So every time, just in the name of the political game, in the name of the political number, so the bill was lapsing. Now it is the time, Narendra Modi ji brought the bill on the table, and in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha also the bill was passed, and now in the delimitation, if the delimitation process is done, the women will get more number of the seats. So that is important, and delimitation also, it is a constitutional right, and we have to follow the constitution, and this should be done in upcoming elections also. And the women reservation bill also, in that law also there is a written thing. So for that we have to follow all those things. We have to follow.
Because we've seen that there is a very, very, vociferous opposition that we are witnessing ever since this bill has been announced. This move of the centre has been announced. And Ishita, I will again go across to you. What has been the mood of the opposition as far as this entire saga is concerned? We're seeing that today DMK chief and the incumbent Tamil Nadu chief minister once again says that it's a black day and that the BJP has to face political consequences. But there are, of course, nuances to it. We've seen that there are concerns that are continuing to be raised by various opposition MPs as well. Give our viewers a lowdown on that, please.
Right, of course. Rakshita, now let me recap it for the viewers what exactly happened yesterday, which was the first day of the special session of the Parliament. So yesterday, all the leaders from the government of the day as well as the opposition took to floor to put forward their position. Now, in this, opposition came out questioning the intent of the government regarding the linking of delimitation process with the Women Reservation Bill. Now, broadly, you have seen opposition coming out from everyone, right from Samajwadi Party to AIMIM to Congress to TMC, all have come out saying that they broadly support Women Reservation Bill. They want the women to be represented at the state and national level. But what they are questioning is the intent of the government to link the delimitation process with Women Reservation Bill. In fact, DMK, which has been at the forefront of this opposition coming in, says now that verbal assurances are insufficient. Now, we had seen yesterday Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amir Shah, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju, as well as the Law Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal, all of them took to the floor to announce that there will be no injustice with the southern states. There will be just a flat 50% increase in all the share of the states. But despite that verbal assurances, now they are demanding that a written assurance be given to them that right after the implementation of bill, there will be no injustice in fact done to these states. They are asking that the government de-link the delimitation process from the Women Reservation Bill, and they are also asking for, so basically this bill would increase the Lok Sabha strength to about 850. Currently it stands at 543. So opposition is saying implement the 33% quota with the current strength of 543. Now, these are their demands being put forward, and we'll have to see how this pans out at 4 p.m. today when the three crucial bills, that is 131st Amendment Bill, the Delimitation Bill, as well as Union Territories Laws Bill. Now, all the three bills will be put to vote at about 4 p.m. and Numbers is what is right now important. Now, if you look at NDA has about 292 to 293. In Lok Sabha, they require about 360, while in Rajya Sabha, they have the numbers of about 140 compared to the requirement of 160. So numbers are not stacked in NDA's favor. We will have, they will need other parties to come on board to support for these crucial bills to be passed. Now, yesterday, Prime Minister Modi clearly said that the women of the country will be judging everyone who oppose this bill. So we'll have to see, because as Rani Reddy also mentioned to our viewers, that there has been a rethink in several opposition parties regarding their stance as far as women reservation is concerned. So we'll have to see, of course, how the voting goes at 4 p.m. because it is a big day, and we'll have to see that after 3 decades and multiple failed attempts, will women's reservation become a reality today?
Absolutely, that will be, of course, historic. And as we have been discussing, that it's been decades that this bill has been in the back burner, and we saw that historic moment happening in 2023. And now, when it's time for the amendment, we see that there is once again conflict. There is once again things hanging in balance. But at the same time, let's go across to other reactions that have been coming in, ladies and gentlemen, on this day, as the countdown to that very important voting in the Parliament is concerned.
First of all, whether you noticed that, you people noticed that the 2023 legislation which they passed was notified yesterday night. Whether you noticed this? 2023 entire House with the consensus passed the Women Reservation Bill. These people are talking about the women empowerment everywhere. Yesterday, Prime Minister's drama, we saw that. But 2023 legislation, constitutional amendment, they notified yesterday night.
What does it mean, the government is saying that this is a technicality.
What technicality? Whenever you have, you are, at least whenever you are moving an amendment for that legislation, it is the government duty to ensure that that was notified. You are moving which amendment? On which legislation you are moving an amendment? That is notified yesterday night, and then they are telling. Media will also tell that this is all technical error. Technical error.
That has been said by
my point is that if they have any sincerity on the Women Reservation Bill, why this delay? Number two, the charge yesterday we, entire opposition, make the charge that you only delayed the Women Reservation Bill. This is substantiating that argument. Completely let the government, yesterday we told, let the government call an all-party, let them withdraw this bill, call an all-party meeting. We are ready for complete implementation of Women Reservation with existing 543. Make 543 as a number, 1/3 to women. You are not safeguarding the interest of women through this bill. If you want to safeguard the interest of the women, this is the best way. In the name of women, you want to hijack the democracy, which we cannot allow.
Sir, you will vote against the bill today. How confident are you?
Certainly.
How confident are you
Sir,
to defeat the bill? Because you are saying that you will oppose the bill.
Now we are again requesting the government to withdraw the bill and call an all-party meeting and have a consensus on all these things. We are ready for that consensus. Think about it. If we are not moving, then we will take ours.
Sir, Home Minister yesterday gave an assurance on the floor of the House that 50%...
What assurance you are telling? What assurance you are telling?
Sir, what the government...
But government is... Why don't you put it in the legislation then?
Sir, what the government is saying, whatever said on the floor of the House becomes part of the document.
No, you know, in 2014, Naddaji was the Home Minister of this country. This House, I raised a question of allotting a names in Kerala, All India Institute of Medical Science. But my Health Minister assured me, yes, next year we will give an All India Institute of Medical Science to Kerala. Now where we are sitting, 2023. After 9 years, this election...
All right, viewers, coming up on the other side, voting for Women's Reservation Bill set to take place in Lok Sabha at 4 p.m. today.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier,
after a short break, the voting for women's reservation bill set to begin in Lok Sabha at 4 p.m. today.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning to you, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Jongtham Amrita, and we are continuing our coverage of the voting that's going to be taking place very soon in the Lok Sabha on the Women's Reservation Bill, and that's scheduled to take place at 4 p.m. at the Lok Sabha. And all eyes are in the Parliament as a historic electorate representation is supposed to take place. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. Voting for Women's Reservation Bill set to begin in Lok Sabha at 4 p.m. today. TCS sexual exploitation case reaches Supreme Court. PIL in SC6 directions on forced religious conversions. Mastermind and absconding HR Nida Khan has now approached his court seeking anticipatory bail amid the ongoing investigation. Massive anger against Lenskart after style guide says hijab allowed but bindi prohibited. Pakistani link emerges in Delhi NCR riots conspiracy. Social media handles circulating false information were allegedly handled from Pakistan. Trump announces there will be a 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon after leaders of the two nations met in person for the first time in over 34 years.
If there's no deal, would you be willing to extend the ceasefire, or will the fighting resume, Mr. President?
I would say the fighting. If there's no deal, fighting resume.
Trump says that the war on Iran will resume if they cannot agree to a deal.
कानून तो अभी हम लोग अमेंडमेंट के लिए अभी ला रहे हैं, तो पुराने कानून इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हुआ तो कमेंसमेंट के लिए नोटिफिकेशन निकला है। वो ये एक प्रोसेस है, प्रोसेस को कोई विषय ना बने। तकनीकी वजह समझ नहीं है कि अभी
All right, now, voting on the three bills in Lok Sabha is to amend the women's quota law and set up a delimitation commission will be held at 4 p.m. today, according to Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla as well. This as Union Home Minister Amir had said on Thursday that and assured the Lok Sabha that the representation of southern states in the House will not go down if women's reservation law is implemented with increased strength of the House after delimitation. I am joined by my colleague Rakshita on the ground tracking the stories as the Parliament is set to vote on the three bills today. Rakshita, what's the status on the ground as of now? Who have you been speaking to so far, and what's the status, what's the vibe so far? Because as the Parliament is set to be voting on the three bills at 4 p.m, there are many oppositions, as we've been seeing from the past few days as well. And even though with the NDA also very confident.
We are gathering voices from all across. We have seen that there are, of course, the opposition continues to protest against the bill, but this has been a bill which has been stuck in balance for decades. We've seen it's been on the back burner, and now finally since 2023 we saw how the ball started to roll, but now there's fresh opposition to it. And for more on this, I have with me Shiv Sena leader, we have Miss Shaina NC joining us here on Public TV. Ma'am, what do you have to say today to the opposition, because they continue to say that this is something that the BJP is doing for their own political mileage, that they are linking delimitation with the women's reservation bill for their own political gains?
My request to the opposition is stop playing politics and stop making excuses. The women of this country have waited 27 long years, and we're not prepared to wait for another 5. You've shown political will. Prime Minister Modi has ensured that the women's reservation bill and Nari Shakti Vandan is tabled. To the opposition, I say, whether it's 543 and saying you want 33% within that, if we had done that, you would say that why wasn't it 815 under a constitutional cap of 850? This bill does not fluster the men in public service, but gives the women in public service who are sitting on the fences an opportunity to come into the state assemblies as well as the centre. And I think it is our right, our need of the hour. And for all those critics who are sitting there, do you want to be at 13 and 14%, or do you want to encash the 50% vote bank of women as a vote bank in this country?
And what do you have to say about the concerns regarding the southern states?
I say stop spreading false narrative, because if you look at Tamil Nadu, which has 39 seats currently, the 50% increase is across the country and the seats go up to 59. So there is no wrongdoing. There is no false intent or malicious intent. So for all those who are talking about, 2011 census, let it at least start. Let's just push in so that we can fight 2029 and simplify and better processes as we continue in a democracy. It cannot be my way or the highway. The majority will rule, and the Prime Minister has shown that political will, and we compliment him for it. My own leader, Eknath Shinde, has championed the cause of the Ladki Bahans because we want women to be educated, secure, financially empowered. And that is the reference with which Nari Shakti Vandan is also taking forward in the centre and states. And let's remember the Panchayat Raj. 14 lakh women were empowered. What is the current scenario? They have crossed 33%, gone up to 46%. And at some...
Now, felicitations to the Deputy Chairman, Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
सर, आपको धन्यवाद देता हूं कि मुझे इस सदन में हमारे डिप्टी चेयरमैन का जो चुनाव हुआ उनका अभिनंदन करने के लिए मौका मिला। उपसभापति महोदय, इस प्रतिष्ठित पद पर आपको तीसरे कार्य के लिए मैं बधाई और शुभकामना देना चाहता हूं। मुझे फिर से राज्यसभा कक्ष में आपके साथ बैठने का और एक अवसर मिले। अच्छा पड़ोसी है। इस संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि उपसभापति का पद वास्तव में आपके चुनाव द्वारा सीख बल्कि पहले ही उपलब्ध अवसर पर भर दिया गया है। ये फॉर्चुनेट है कि इतना क्विक इलेक्शन कौन सा भी नहीं हुआ और ये भाग्यशाली है और हम भी उनके बाजू में बैठ के कम से कम हमको कुछ ना कुछ मदद वहां जाके बैठने के बाद जरूर मिलेगी। इस प्रतिष्ठित पद पर आपके चुनाव ने एक और मिसाल कायम की है। आप इस पद को ग्रहण करने वाले पहले मनोनीत सदस्य हैं। ये पहला प्रेसिडेंट है और पहला एक काम आपको मिला है। इससे ये साबित होता है कि आप इस पद के लायक हैं और इसके लिए उनको ये दिया गया है। हमें इस बात से तकलीफ है कि संविधान अनुच्छेद 93 में निहित संवैधानिक भावना के विपरीत लोकसभा में 2019 से उपाध्यक्ष का पद खाली है। 7 वर्षों से वो रिक्त है। क्या अच्छा होता कि राज्यसभा की तरह लोकसभा में भी ऐसा ही होता तो बहुत ही बढ़िया होती थी। संविधान सदन में उपाध्यक्ष का कक्ष में मेरे पुराने कक्ष से पड़ोस में ही है। जब भी मैं वहां से गेट नंबर 7 पर जाता हूं तो ठीक सामने मुझे उसके बंद कमरे पर लटका ताला दिख जाता है, जो मुझे तकलीफ देता है कि प्रजातंत्र की हम बात करते हैं और 7 साल से एक डिप्टी स्पीकर को आप चुनते नहीं, तो इसका मतलब क्या है? हर आदमी डेमोक्रेसी की बात करता है, डेमोक्रेसी को हम कभी खत्म
उनका विषय बोलने दें। नो ओबेसिटी ओके कनी मोदी को बोलने दें। गौरव जी अभी करते हैं अभी
Sir, I stand before this house today not just as a member of parliament or as a representative of the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam, but as a voice of the 8 crore people of Tamil Nadu who've been told in the midst of our state elections that their votes will count less and their voice in this parliament will be diminished. And furthermore, it's really shocking that yesterday we are discussing the bill here. You've taken your own time to notify. And yesterday, when we discussed, you've called us here, we are discussing the bill here, and then what is the need and what is the necessity to notify it yesterday? What is the meaning? What is the respect you have for this house? Sir, the government has introduced 3 bills in this special session, called in haste and time to disrupt the ongoing elections in my state and many states. And I raised to oppose these bills on the behalf of my party and my state. Let me start by saying that these 3 bills, disguised as if they are in support of the reservation of women, constitute the single greatest assault on Indian federal structure. Let me begin at the beginning, because this government always counts on the public not knowing the history. The history of the delimitation in India is at its heart the history of a promise made by the parliament to the people of the southern states, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. 5 states which have resisted the onslaught of the Bharatiya Janata Party and have stood out as role models for inclusive development. The delimitation process began in 1952. Soon after the Republic was founded. It was a constitutional solution to a demographic problem. How to balance the population growth with fair representation. All of us abided by the constitutional suggestions in Article 82 and 170. By 1973, when the 3rd Delimitation Commission had completed its work, there was a push for population control also. This national population policy was brought across the country to contain the growing demographic population, and it was exploding actually. So the first freeze on delimitation took place in 1976. This was fixed for a period of 25 years based on the 1971 census. Let us not forget that it was the Congress government.
मैं श्रीमान हरिवंश जी को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और शुभकामनाएं भी देता हूं। राज्यसभा उपसभापति के रूप में लगातार 3री बार निर्वाचित होना, ये अपने आप में इस सदन का आपके प्रति जो गहरा विश्वास है और बीते हुए कालखंड में आपके अनुभव का जो सदन को लाभ मिला है, सबको साथ लेकर चलने का आपका जो प्रयास रहा है, उसको एक प्रकार से सदन ने आज एक मोहर लगा दी है और ये अपने आप में ये एक अनुभव का सम्मान है, एक सहज कार्यशैली का सम्मान है और एक सहज कार्यशैली की स्वीकृति भी है। हमने सबने हरिवंश जी के नेतृत्व में सदन की शक्ति को और अधिक प्रभावी होते हुए भी देखा है और मैं कह सकता हूं कि केवल सदन की कार्यवाही का संचालन ही नहीं, वे अपने जीवन के जो भूतकाल के अनुभव है उसको भी बहुत ही सटीक तरीके से सदन को समृद्ध करने में उपयोग लाते हैं। उनका ये अनुभव पूरी कार्यवाही को, संचालन को और सदन के माहौल को और अधिक परिपक्व बनाता है। मुझे विश्वास है उपसभापति जी का नया कार्यकाल उसी भावना, संतुलन और समर्पण के साथ आगे बढ़ेगा और हम सबके प्रयासों से सदन की गरिमा को नई ऊंचाई प्राप्त होगी। आदरणीय सभापति जी, हरिवंश जी का जन्म जेपी के गांव में हुआ और सहज रूप से ग्रामीण पृष्ठभूमि के कारण उन्होंने अपने गांव के विकास में विद्यार्थी काल से भी कुछ न कुछ करते रहे। उनकी शिक्षा दीक्षा काशी में हुई और इन सारे विषयों पर मुझे भूतकाल में बोलने का अवसर मिला तो मैं काफी कुछ कह चुका हूं, इसमें से आज को दोहराता नहीं हूं। एक बात का उल्लेख आज जरूर मैं करूंगा। आज 17 अप्रैल है और 17 अप्रैल 1927 हमारे पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री चंद्रशेखर जी की जन्म जयंती भी है। और विशेषता ये है कि आज 17 अप्रैल को आप जब तीसरी बार इस दायित्व को संभालने जा रहे हैं और वो भी चंद्रशेखर जी की जन्म जयंती पर, और चंद्रशेखर जी के साथ आपका जुड़ाव, उनके प्रति आपका लगाव और एक प्रकार से आप उनके सहयात्री रहे उनके पूरे कार्यकाल में, तो ये एक अपने आप में एक बहुत ही बड़ा सुयोग है। आपने चंद्रशेखर जी के जीवन पर किताबें भी लिखी हैं और चंद्रशेखर जी के एक बृहद जीवन को नई पीढ़ी तक पहुंचाने का एक बहुत बड़ा काम भी आपने किया है और इसलिए आपके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा विशेष अवसर बन जाता है कि चंद्रशेखर जी की जन्म जयंती पर आपका तीसरा कार्यकाल का हरिवंश जी का सार्वजनिक जीवन केवल संसदीय कामों तक सीमित नहीं रहा है। पत्रकारिता के उच्च मानदंड आज भी आदर्श के रूप में रेखांकित किए जाते हैं। लंबा जीवन पत्रकारिता का रहा, लेकिन पत्रकारिता में भी उन्होंने उच्च मानदंड को हमेशा आधार माना। हम सब जानते हैं उनकी लेखनी में धार है, लेकिन उनकी वाणी में और व्यवहार में सौम्यता और शिष्टता भरी भरी रहती है। ये अपने आप में और मैं जब गुजरात में था तब भी मैं उनकी लेखों को पढ़ने की मेरी आदत रही थी और मैं देखता था कि वे अपना पक्ष बड़ी दृढ़ता के साथ रखते थे और मैं अनुभव करता था कि उसमें काफी अध्ययन के बाद उसका निचोड़ उसमें प्रकट होता था। पत्रकारिता में भी अंतिम व्यक्ति तक पहुंचने का उनका निरंतर प्रयास रहा और एक सफल प्रयास भी रहा। और हम देखते हैं सदन में भी, चाहे पॉलिसी हो या प्रोसेस हो, उन बातों का कहीं न कहीं छाया हमें हमेशा नजर आती है और ये हम सबके लिए सुखद अनुभव है। वे समाज की वास्तविकताओं के साथ गहरे जुड़ाव के साथ काम करने वाले व्यक्ति रहे। मैं तो कहूंगा जो चाहे लोकसभा हो या राज्यसभा हो, जो नए सांसद आते हैं वे हरवंश जी से बहुत कुछ सीख सकते हैं, बहुत कुछ बातें करके उनसे जान सकते हैं। क्योंकि जब वो पत्रकारिता में थे तो उनकी एक कॉलम चलती थी, हमारा सांसद कैसा हो, हमारा पार्लियामेंट मेंबर कैसा हो। तब उनको शायद पता नहीं होगा, कभी उनको ही बैठना पड़ेगा, लेकिन वो लिखते थे और वो बातों में बहुत ही व्यापकता रहती थी। सदन की गरिमा और बैठने वाले सदस्य का दायित्व और उसके आचार विचार को लेकर भी बहुत गहरा उनका अध्ययन रहता था और उन बातों का उपयोग आज हमारे सदन के साथी उनके साथ बैठ करके बहुत कुछ जान सकते हैं, सीख सकते हैं। समय की पाबंदी, एक डिसिप्लिन लाइफ में और अपने कर्तव्यों के प्रति गंभीरता, ये आपकी विशेषता रही है और शायद इसी के कारण आप सर्वस्वीकृत व्यक्तित्व आपका विकसित हुआ है। हमने देखा होगा जब से वो राज्यसभा के सदस्य बने हैं, मैं कह सकता हूं कि पूर्ण समय वो सदन में होते हैं। सभापति जी की अनुपस्थिति में सदन को संभालने का काम तो करते ही हैं, लेकिन बाकी समय भी यहां कमेटी का कोई भी व्यक्ति बैठा हो तो भी वे सदन में हमेशा अपनी मौजूदगी रहती है। हर बात को सुनते हैं, उस समय सदन का जो संचालन करते हैं उनके कार्य को भी देखते हैं और ये इसके पीछे उनको अपना जो दायित्व है उसके प्रति उनकी जो प्रतिबद्धता है उसके कारण ये संभव होता है और ये हम सब के लिए सीखने जैसा है। और मैंने देखा है कि वो पूरा समय इन चीजों के लिए वो खपा देते हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, उपसभापति के तौर पर सदन को कैसे चलाया, सदन में सदस्य के तौर पर क्या योगदान दिया, इस बारे में हम स्वाभाविक रूप से एक सकारात्मक चर्चा करते रहते हैं, लेकिन सदन के बाहर जनता के बीच वो कैसे अपने लोकतांत्रिक और सामाजिक दायित्वों को निभाते हैं, ये भी हम सार्वजनिक जीवन में जो लोग हैं उनके लिए सचमुच में ध्यान आकर्षित करने वाले विषय हैं और हमने उसको देखना चाहिए। मैं अपने अनुभव से कह सकता हूं कि काम सराहनीय तो है ही, अनुकरणीय भी है। हमारा देश युवा देश है और मैंने देखा है कि हरिवंश जी ने अपने समय का उपयोग सबसे ज्यादा युवाओं के बीच में बिताना पसंद किया है। युवाओं को में लगातार गंभीर विषयों पर जागरूकता बने, एक प्रकार से लोक शिक्षा का काम निरंतर चलता रहे, ये अपने आप में वो लगातार करते रहते हैं। वो देश भर में उनका भ्रमण रहता है, वे मीडिया के नजरों में बहुत ज्यादा रहने का उनका शौक नहीं है, लेकिन भ्रमण और कार्यक्रमों की श्रृंखला उनकी लगातार चलती रहती है। 2018 में जब उन्होंने राज्यसभा के उपसभापति की भूमिका निभानी शुरू की, उसके बाद जो मेरी जानकारी है, कॉलेजेस और यूनिवर्सिटीज में 350 कार्यक्रम किए हैं। ये बहुत बड़ा काम है। देश की यूनिवर्सिटीज और कॉलेजेस में 350 से अधिक कार्यक्रम, जाना आना, उनके साथ बैठना, बातें करना, उसके लिए विषयों की तैयारी करना, ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा एक प्रकार से आपने व्रतस्थ के रूप में इस काम को किया और युवाओं से ही जुड़ने के लक्ष्य को आपने जरा भी ओझल नहीं होने दिया है। और विकसित भारत का सपना युवाओं के लिए भी क्यों होना चाहिए, इस मूल विषय को अलग अलग तरीके से जिस प्रकार से विद्यार्थियों का मूड हो वो बताते रहते हैं। विद्यार्थियों में, युवा पीढ़ी में एक आत्मविश्वास कैसे पैदा हो, निराशा से वो हमेशा हमेशा बाहर रहे, इन सारे विषयों की चर्चा वो करते हैं। उनके कुछ ऐतिहासिक रेफरेंस के साथ बात करते हैं कि हम ऐसे क्या कारण है कि हम जितनी तेजी से जाना चाहिए था आगे नहीं जा पाए, अब अवसर क्या आया है, सारी बातें वो, और देश कितनी बड़ी छलांग लगा सकता है, ऐसे का आत्मविश्वास भरने का काम उनके द्वारा होता है। आजकल देश में लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल एक बड़ा सिलसिला चला है और अब तो वो टियर 2, टियर 3 सिटी तक भी वो सिलसिला चला है। लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल्स में भी हरिवंश जी का अक्सर जाना होता है और उस समाज का उस तबके को भी वो अपने विचारों से प्रभावित करते रहते हैं, प्रेरित करते रहते हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, मैंने उनके जीवन का एक प्रसंग जो सुना है, शायद हो सकता है साल वगैरह में मैं बहुत मेरी जानकारी सटीक न भी हो, मैंने सुना है कि 1994 में हरिवंश जी पहली बार विदेश यात्रा की और वो अमेरिका गए। जब अमेरिका गए तो अपने तय कार्यक्रमों के अलावा जब उनसे पूछा गया कि आप कहीं और जाना चाहते हैं, कुछ करना चाहते हैं, तो उन्होंने आग्रह से कहा कि मैं जरूर, ये विकसित देश है तो मैं उसकी यूनिवर्सिटीज को देखना समझना चाहता हूं, वहां की ऐसी कौन सी शिक्षा और कल्चर है जिसके कारण ये देश इतना आगे बढ़ रहा है। और उन्होंने काफी समय अपने निर्धारित कार्यक्रमों के सिवाय पहली अमेरिका की यात्रा में सिर्फ और सिर्फ यूनिवर्सिटीज में बिताया, उसका अध्ययन करने का काम किया। यानी ये जो ललक थी उनके मन में कि अगर एक विकसित देश की यूनिवर्सिटीज से जो निकलता है तो हिंदुस्तान की यूनिवर्सिटीज भी ऐसी हो ताकि विकसित भारत का सपना वहीं से रेखांकित किया जा सके। आदरणीय सभापति जी, एमपीज को एमपी लेड फंड के संबंध में तो काफी चर्चा रहती है और एक बड़ा पसंदगी का विषय भी रहता है एमपीज में, और कभी कभी तो ये भी संघर्ष रहता है कि एमपी लेड फंड इतना है और वहां उधर एमएलए फंड ज्यादा है, उसकी चर्चा रहती है। लेकिन एमपी फंड का उपयोग कैसे हो, एमपी लेड जो फंड की बातें, उसमें हरिवंश जी के विचारों को मैंने स्वयं भी सुना है, मैं प्रभावित हूं इससे, लेकिन हमारी भी कुछ मजबूरी रही है, शायद हम उनकी अपेक्षा के अनुसार उसको कर नहीं पाए हैं, क्योंकि सबको ऐसे विषय में साथ लेना जरा कठिन होता है। लेकिन उन्होंने खुद के उस जिम्मेवारी को कैसे निभाया है, मैं समझता हूं वो भी हम लोगों ने, उन्होंने ये एम्पीलेट फंड था जो अपने जो विचार हैं उसको विचार को ही नीचे धरातल पर उतारने के लिए उपयोग किया। शिक्षा क्षेत्र और युवा पीढ़ी ये उसके सारे केंद्र में रहा। एम्पीलेट फंड उन्होंने इस्तेमाल करने के लिए एक मिसाल पेश की है। उन्होंने विश्वविद्यालय शिक्षण संस्थानों में ऐसे अध्ययन केंद्र स्थापित किए और उसका प्रभाव लंबे अरसे तक रहने वाला है, और उसमें भी उन्होंने प्रोजेक्ट ओरिएंटेड समस्या के समाधान को केंद्र में रखा। जैसे लुप्त होती जा रही भारतीय भाषाओं, उनके संरक्षण के लिए उन्होंने आईआईटी पटना में एक अध्ययन केंद्र के लिए एमपी लेड फंड का उपयोग किया। तो उस काम को वो लगातार वहां हो रहा है। एक और उन्होंने काम लिया, जो बिहार में कुछ क्षेत्र है जहां भयावह भूकंप की घटनाएं घटती रहती है। नेपाल में भी छोटा सा भूकंप आया तो भी इस क्षेत्र को प्रभावित करता है। इस काम को ध्यान में रखते हुए उन्होंने एमपी लेड फंड से सेंटर फॉर अर्थक्वेक इंजीनियरिंग के रूप में एक स्टडी सेंटर रिसर्च के लिए खुलवाया है। यानी वो स्टडी का काम करना, रिसर्च करना, उस पर लगातार काम कर रहा है। हम जानते हैं कि जैसा मैंने कहा, जयप्रकाश जी का गांव सिताब दियारा, हरिवंश जी वही हैं, और वहां गंगा और घाघरा दो नदी के बीच में एक गांव है। तो हमेशा ही जल के कारण जो कटाव की समस्या रहती है, वो गांव परेशान रहता है, और नदी धारा भी बदलती रहती है, तो विनाश भी बहुत होता रहता है। उसको भी ध्यान में रखते हुए उन्होंने एमपी लेड फंड से इसके वैज्ञानिक अध्ययन के लिए उन्होंने पटना की आर्यभट्ट नॉलेज यूनिवर्सिटी में एक नदी अध्ययन केंद्र खुलवाया है। पटना के ही चंद्रगुप्त प्रबंधन संस्था में वो बिजनेस इंक्यूबेशन एंड इनोवेशन सेंटर बनवा रहे हैं। एआई के उस दौर में मगध विश्वविद्यालय में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस सेंटर बनाया है। यानी एमपी लेड फंड का एक निर्धारित दिशा में काम कैसे किया जा सकता है, इसका एक उदाहरण आपने प्रस्तुत किया है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, हम सभी ने अनुभव किया है कि लोग जब अपने गांव से स्थानांतरण करते हैं, दूसरे शहर में जाते हैं, तो जीवन में एक प्रकार से गांव से कट जाते हैं। हरिवंश जी का जीवन आज भी गांव से जुड़ा रहता है। अपने गांव से जो जुड़ा रहता है, वो लगातार वहां के सुख दुख के साथी बन करके वो अपना जो भी कंट्रीब्यूशन कर सकते हैं वो करते रहते हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जिस संसद की नई इमारत में बैठे हैं, उसका जब निर्माण कार्य चल रहा था, तब मुझे उनके साथ निकट से काम करने का अवसर आया, और मैं अनुभव कर रहा था कि जो विचार मेरे मन में आते थे, मैं हरिवंशों को कहता था, मैं ऐसा करें तो कैसा होगा। 2 दिन में वो बराबर परफेक्ट उसके लेके आते, कहीं नामकरण करना है, उसके पहचान इस सदन की कैसे बने, तो काफी कुछ कंट्रीब्यूशन सदन के निर्माण में, उसकी आर्ट गैलरी में, विभिन्न द्वार के नाम रखने हो, यानी हर प्रकार से मेरे एक साथी के रूप में हम दोनों को, और मुझे बड़ा आनंददायक रहा वो अनुभव काम का। आदरणीय सभापति, हरिवंश जी के सदन को चलाने की कुशलता को तो हम भली भांति देखे हैं, लेकिन साथ साथ उन्होंने राज्यों की विधानसभाएं, विधान परिषदें और वहां जो प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स हैं, उनको भी कैसे मददरूप होना, उनके लिए किस प्रकार से आवश्यक उनके ट्रेनिंग के लिए काम किया जाना, उसके लिए भी काफी समय दिया, और उन्होंने लगातार उनके लिए समय दिखाया। कॉमनवेल्थ पार्लियामेंट्री एसोसिएशन में भी उन्होंने भारत की डेमोक्रेटिक व्यवस्था की छाप छोड़ने में बहुत बड़ी सक्रिय भूमिका निभाई है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि 21वीं सदी का ये दूसरा क्वार्टर, ये सदन को बहुत कुछ कंट्रीब्यूट करना है। देश को प्रगति के पथ पर ले जाने में, विकास के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने में मुझे विश्वास है कि सदन के द्वारा बहुत कुछ होगा और उसके कारण पीठाधीश सबका दायित्व बहुत बड़ा होता है। हम सबका बड़े विश्वास से मैं कह सकता हूं कि सभी साथी आप जो चाहते होंगे उसको पूरा करने के लिए सहयोग करते रहेंगे और आपके काम को कठिनाइयों में न परिवर्तित करें इसके लिए, ताकि आप ज्यादा आउटकम दे सकते हैं। और मुझे विश्वास है सब लोग इसको करेंगे। और मैंने पहले भी कहा था कि हरि कृपा पर है सब कुछ और हरि तो यहाँ के भी है, हरि वहां के भी है और हरि यहीं बैठेंगे, तो हरि कृपा बनी रहे, इसी एक अपेक्षा के साथ मेरी आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Honorable members, now I call upon leaders of parties to the Honorable Deputy Chairman.
A sign to say we will stand up and fight and we shall not give up. And I like to remind you that a blue flag, sir, is the color Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar chose for his party flag. It is the same blue color which you dismiss, that the man who taught us that we should educate, agitate and organize, the man who wrote the Constitution, chose for his flag this very Constitution you are trying to dilute and we here are trying to protect. And sir, and the Prime Minister yesterday, when he saw us in black, he said that he was reminded of a black dot or tika, tika. Yeah, and it is there to drive away evil forces, evil eye or evil forces or whatever. Sir, I am surprised that people here who are there to protect Hindutva were not reminded of Kali, the goddess, the dark goddess who wears black. Yes. The feminine power, the woman, the goddess who is supposed to drive away ego, arrogance and ignorance. And the same black color we have chosen to protest is the color of Periyar, our intellectual leader. He taught us self-respect. He taught us never to bow. He taught us fight till the end. And we will fight till the end. Sir, we oppose these bills in the name of our leaders, Aringar Anna, Kalingar Karunanidhi, who said, states are not a unit of the unitary state, but equal partners of a federation. In the name of our Chief Minister, M.K. Muthuvel Karunanidhi Stalin, who even in an article today has said that this bill should be withdrawn. A fresh bill should be introduced and placed in public domain at least for 3 months for wider consultation. He says, the moment calls for reflection, not expediency, deliberation, not haste. If the Constitution is to endure as a charter of trust, its amendment must be guided by principle anchored by fairness, restraint and fidelity to the Republic's enduring integrity. Tamil Nadu போராடும், Tamil Nadu வெல்லும். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Dr. Shashi Tharoor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I must say that we all strongly endorse the very impressive presentation by Speaker before me, sir, because this is a matter that touches the very soul of our democracy, the representation of half of our population.
The Parliament is all set to vote on the 3 bills, so we will continue our coverage on the other side.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे।
केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved itself on Indian planes. The Air Force fitted it successfully on the homemade LCA Tehran.
Welcome back. Viewers, we are continuing our coverage on Republic on the three bills that will be discussed and voted in the Lok Sabha today to amend the representation of women especially, and the Delimitation Bill and the Constitutional Amendment Bill. And all those three will be up for discussion and voted on today, while opposition are still going on and saying that they're urging the ruling government to delink the Women Commission, the Women Representation Bill to the delimitation. And also, while many oppositions also voicing their opposition and their protest, and well, we will see what goes down, as there are reports saying that even the Home Minister is expected to make his speech in the Parliament today. And just before, we heard Prime Minister making his speech in the Rajya Sabha, congratulating the ascension, the re-election of the Deputy Chairman as well. And we are continuing our coverage coverage as we build up to the voting of the three bills today in the Parliament. Now, I'm joined by my colleague Ishita from the ground, right where it's happening in the special session of the Parliament. Now, Ishita, tell us what's the mood on the ground, and have you had a chance to speak with any of the leaders there as the Parliament is set to vote on the three bills later today?
Right, of course, Amrita, we are bringing a minute-to-minute updates on the parliamentary proceedings right from outside the Parliament, as today is the second day of the special session. Now, right now, leaders are debating about women reservation as well as the delimitation. We saw in Lok Sabha as well, DMK leader coming out and asking the government to, in fact, take back this bill and have more consultations, have more deliberations. But, of course, with that said, it is a big day because the voting will take place at 4 p.m. today. It's a big day for women representation to have a say in policy making at state and national level. And on this, now I'm being joined by a social activist, a women's rights activist as well. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us on this. I want to ask you, how significant do you think this step is? Prime Minister Modi calls this a big chapter in India as a goal of Viksit Bharat, and it is about women having their own rights to have a say in policy making. So how do you look at this?
See, I look at it very positively, and especially like when PM taking such a big initiative, a law which has been, a bill which has been, many of the past PMs have been trying from long. And I also have a very strong statement here that right from 1970, when the population has been multiplied by 3 till date, why not the reservation should be there, that too multiplying by 3. And, the current percentage is very, very less. When in every sector, you can take corporate sector, you can take medicine, you can take surgery, you can take space. When in every sector women is excelling, and especially the decision-making capacity and the multitasking that the women is doing. And PM Modi have already, in the past history, if you see, so many big yojanas, especially for the women empowerment from the perspective of feminine inspiration, the initiatives that has taken. Few examples I might, I'll quote like Pradhan Mantri Yojana, Jan Yojana, or any other which is, women-centric, there are so many things that BJP government is doing, Modi ji is doing under. So, I feel this is the best opportunity where, because in the past history also women can be, women are the biggest very good decision makers. So, if we are, aiming for Viksit Bharat, I feel the representation of women as max as we can, the biggest percentage, even I am not even in favor of 33, I feel 50% reservation when the population when the women is controlling 50% of the population. So why can't the reservation also be 50% here? So it's not even about 33, it's about many areas. And tell us one area where the women, you see women are failing, where women are not doing their work efficiently, be it at senior positions. There are so many CEOs, CTOs these days, and women scientists, how they have proven, themselves while going in space, or you can pick it anything, any sector, any area, be it education industry or be it anything. So let's, this is the best time. I feel this is the very much proud moment which Modi ji is actually doing for women, and it's all about, the feminine inspiration that, we are promoting, and the country where, we should also feel that, we are safe. This is for the women rights, and I am in echo with it. I completely support it, and special thanks to Modi ji for actually working so hard. And I feel that everyone should be in support of it, and based on the numbers and based on the work that women is doing in every industry. So I feel very proud of it.
All right, Ms. Vana, I would also like to ask you, it is a crucial step about women have a say in decision-making, in policy-making at state as well as the national level, but there's also politics around it. It boils down to the numbers game, and clearly, numbers are not stacked in NDA's favour. And we have seen, over past 3 decades, several failed attempts to bring reservation for women. Do you think the dream, that dream will turn into reality today?
I feel that this dream will turn into reality today, and it will be a very proud moment for every woman who is actually craving for getting her own rights. And one more thing which I was reading yesterday, when Modi ji was saying that it's not about we are giving something to women, it's actually their moral right. So that was a very good statement which Modi ji has actually given. So it's actually their moral right. And I personally feel that, every women should support, every political leader should support here this specific, the new amendment that is coming into process, so that which is actually will be a very, very great step for upcoming Viksit Bharat initiative. It will be one of the most bold and biggest initiative for our country, and our country being the role model, because till now this has not been implemented in any of the other nations. So I feel that India will be a role model for other countries and for the entire world as well.
Right, Ms. Vanna. Of course, we'll have to see how this goes out when the voting takes place at 4 p.m. today. In fact, right now, viewers, we're slipping in a very short break, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, we continue to bring you all the updates from the parliamentary proceedings on this special day of this parliament session, which in fact continues at this moment. Meanwhile, a mastermind and absconding HR Nida Khan has now approached court seeking anticipatory bail amid the ongoing investigation in Nasik grooming gang scandal. All these updates lined up for you on the other side.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies...
Coming up, after a short break, voting for women's reservation bill all set to begin in Lok Sabha at 4 p.m. today. Coming up next.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Correcto. The taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिप MTH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM
Now slipping into a short break, but don't go anywhere because we have more stories lined up for you today as we continue our coverage for the voting on the Women's Reservation Bill, which is set to begin in Lok Sabha at 4 p.m. today. Meanwhile, mastermind and absconding HR Nida Khan has now approached court seeking anticipatory bail amid the ongoing investigation.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट?
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. You're watching the live report, ladies and gentlemen. On top of 12 p.m. we are getting to you visual stories, one from Nasik, another from Amravati, but there is something similar in both these stories. Sexual abuse, institutionalized sexual abuse, and in the case of the TCS grooming gang, where there was religious and sexual exploitation, forced conversion. We have the first video that's emerging. Here are the headlines on the live report this afternoon. For those who are saying that it's a made-up scandal, there is no scandal here. The video emerges of the TCS grooming gang conversion. A victim shares the video, claims this is how he was forced to convert. Tausif Attar, the man on the left of your screen, arrested. The victim on the right, the male victim who went public with his account yesterday, saying that he was forced to convert and targeted. The case of the sexual predator in Amravati who targeted over 180 girls, shot obscene videos and then blackmailed them. A new video emerges in his case as well, where the police is seen congratulating him, celebrating with him. This pervert's name is Ayan. The police also facing questions on this pervert and how they celebrated with him. Six policemen face action after being seen in the Amravati video. And the Parliament will be put to test at 4 p.m. this evening when the Lok Sabha will vote on the Women's Bill, which most of the opposition is opposing this afternoon. On the story of the TCS grooming gang, what is religious, communal sexual abuse, exploitation of the worst kind, where Hindu, not just women, even males were targeted, converted, in the case of Hindu women, sexually exploited and shipped out to Malaysia. Now, the male victim who had emerged yesterday, a male victim came forward and spoke about how he was targeted at work and then forced to convert. He has shared a video. And we have accessed a video that was put out. And in this video, according to his statement, let's tell you that the male victim had claimed that he was forced to convert. He had put out a detailed statement of the kind of comments that were made at him, directed at him. And this is for the first time that there is visual evidence of what really happened. All employees of TCS, he claims, that he was targeted as part of the forced conversion by the same grooming gang. I have Revati joining us. That's the video that has been put out. We've masked the face of the victim because he doesn't want to be identified. That's Tausif Attar. Tausif Attar seen giving a skull cap to who is believed to be the victim. The victim's identity has been hidden. That's why we've blurred his face. But he claims that he was targeted, singled out at work at TCS. And they passed a lot of comments. They tried to push him into changing his religion. And this video, he claims, was proof of how they eventually got their way of forcing him to convert. Now, that's the claim being made. Let me go across to Revati and Meenakshi joining us on this story. The story is getting bigger. The story is not going to slow down. Revati is joining us live in where Meenakshi is in Mumbai. There was a VHP protest. We'll go across to that as well. But first up, Revati, without naming the victim, what more can you tell us about his complaint? He's written a very detailed note with what happened to him. Why is this video important today? Revati, can you hear me? I hope you heard that question.
Yes, as you rightly mentioned, there is one viral video coming up in the Amravati case where it can be seen that he is wearing a t-shirt, a boss printed t-shirt, and he is cutting the cake. And the most controversial thing or most shocking thing in this particular video is that police personnel are also feeding him the cake. So this has
Revati, that is the Amravati story. We are going to the Amravati story next. We are on the Nasik story right now. The Nasik TCS story, where Tausif Akhtar is seen giving a cap. Tausif is seen giving a skull cap to the victim in the video, right? That's the story we are talking about. Can you tell us more about this video and what the victim had claimed, please? It's an exclusive video. Yes, please go ahead.
As you rightly mentioned, we can see in the video the male victim who was forcefully converted to some different religion. In his statement, he has also mentioned that he was fed beef. He was also brainwashed, and he was also asked to follow Islamic rituals. And now we can see that during the month of Ramzan, when he visited Tausif Akhtar, the prime accused in this particular matter, he is seen that he's making him wear a skull cap, and also he's hugging the victim and saying that Eid Mubarak, and also he's someone else is shooting the same video. This video is now surfacing online, and we can see that he was made to follow Islamic rituals during the month of Ramadan. Over to you.
Okay, stay with me. I want to go across to Ashwini Upadhyay, who's also gone to the Supreme Court in this particular case. Ashwini Upadhyay, can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Yes.
Anji, what have you said in your petition regarding this case? What is your argument and what are you seeking?
नमस्ते अर्नब जी, पहले तो मैं आपको धन्यवाद दूंगा कि आपने इतने बड़े मुद्दे पे लगातार
मैं निरंजन बोल रहा हूँ। अश्विनी जी निरंजन बोल रहा हूँ। अर्नब जी का शो 8 बजे को आता है। हाय, दिस इज निरंजन हियर, प्लीज गो अहेड।
अच्छा जी, थैंक यू जी निरंजन जी। पहले छांगुर गैंग पकड़ा गया, फिर बरेली में गैंग पकड़ा गया, फिर आगरा गैंग पकड़ा गया, फिर भोपाल गैंग पकड़ा गया, अभी नासिक गैंग की चर्चा हो रही है। एक अमरावती का एक अलग गैंग है।
हाँ जी,
एक पूरा पैटर्न है। हमने जो पिटीशन फाइल किया है, उस सुप्रीम कोर्ट में मांग किया है कि सबसे पहले लफ्ज़ जिहाद और धर्मांतरण को नेशनल सिक्योरिटी के लिए थ्रेट डिक्लेयर किया जाए। जब तक ये डिक्लेयर नहीं किया जाएगा, तब तक ये जो हमारे पास एक कानून है, नेशनल सिक्योरिटी एक्ट, इसको पुलिस यूज नहीं कर रही है। तो हमने ये मांग किया है कि सबसे पहले जैसे ही सुप्रीम कोर्ट डिक्लेयर कर देगा कि लफ्ज़ जिहाद धर्मांतरण हमारे नेशनल सिक्योरिटी के लिए थ्रेट है, वैसे ही पुलिस एनएसए लगाना शुरू कर देगी। दूसरा, लफ्ज़ जिहाद धर्मांतरण एक अनलॉफुल एक्टिविटी है, लेकिन कहीं पे भी यूएपीए लगाया नहीं जा रहा है, ना लफ्ज़ जिहाद करने वालों पर लगाया जा रहा है, ना धर्मांतरण करने वालों पर लगाया जा रहा है। तो हमने ये मांग किया है कि सभी राज्यों को निर्देश दिया जाए कि लफ्ज़ जिहाद और धर्मांतरण के मामले में अनलॉफुल जो यूएपीए है, इसको लगाया जाए। तीसरा, हमारे बीएनएस में एक सेक्शन है, सेक्शन 111 और वो ऑर्गेनाइज क्राइम के लिए बना हुआ है। अनफॉर्चुनेटली इस सेक्शन में कहीं ये नहीं लिखा है कि लफ्ज़ जिहाद धर्मांतरण भी ऑर्गेनाइज क्राइम है, जबकि सच्चाई ये है कि लफ्ज़ जिहाद और धर्मांतरण मोस्ट ऑर्गेनाइज क्राइम है। बड़े प्लान्ड वे में किया जाता है, बाहर से फंडिंग आती है, अंदर से फंडिंग आती है, ड्रग का पैसा इसमें लगता है, एफसीआरए के जरिए फंडिंग आती है, हवाला के जरिए फंडिंग आती है। तो हमने माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट से कहा है कि आप लफ्ज़ जिहाद धर्मांतरण को ऑर्गेनाइज क्राइम डिक्लेयर कर दीजिए, जिससे कि पूरे देश की पुलिस ऐसे मामलों में सेक्शन 111 लगाना शुरू कर दे। तीसरा, हमने ये कहा है लफ्ज़ जिहाद धर्मांतरण भारत की संप्रभुता के लिए खतरा, एकता अखंडता के लिए खतरा और आतंकवाद से बड़ा खतरा है। पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने मात्र 26 लोगों को मारा, तो 26 लोगों को मारा तो 26 हिंदू कम हुए, लेकिन अगर यही 26 लोगों को कन्वर्ट कर दिया जाए तो 26 फैमिली कम होंगी और बाद में उनकी आने वाली जनरेशन भी कम होगी, और 26 और परिवार जो सनातन धर्म से नफरत करते हैं, हिंदुओं से नफरत करते हैं, उनकी संख्या बढ़ जाएगी। अल्टीमेटली इस देश में जो भी आतंकवाद है, अलगाववाद है, करता कौन है? अजमल कसाब हो, चाहे याकूब मेनन हो, चाहे बुरहान वानी हो, चाहे अफजल गुरु हो, ये सारे के सारे एक्स हिंदू हैं। नासिक वाले केस में भी एक एक्स हिंदू, पहले उन्होंने एक को कन्वर्ट किया, जब वो कन्वर्ट हो गया तो बाकी लोगों को कन्वर्ट करने की कोशिश कर रहा था। तो ये इसलिए मैंने कहा है कि जो बीएनएस में सेक्शन 113 है एक्ट ऑफ टेररिज्म, इसमें कहीं मेंशन नहीं है कि लफ्ज़ जिहाद धर्मांतरण एक्ट ऑफ टेररिज्म है। इसके लिए मैंने माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट से मांग किया है आप इसको भी एक्ट ऑफ टेररिज्म डिक्लेयर करिए, लफ्ज़ जिहाद धर्मांतरण को। लफ्ज़ जिहाद धर्मांतरण एक अपने आप में इनडायरेक्ट वॉर है, वेजिंग वॉर है, बड़े प्लान्ड वे में चल रहा है। अल्टीमेटली जो मुगल आए थे उन्होंने भी यही किया था, फोर्सफुल कन्वर्जन किया था। अंग्रेज आए उन्होंने भी फोर्सफुल कन्वर्जन किया। अंग्रेजों ने यहाँ लोगों को मुसलमान बनाया, और जब मुगलों ने यहाँ लोगों को मुसलमान बनाया, अंग्रेजों ने यहाँ पे लोगों को क्रिश्चियन बनाया, और वो आज भी चल रहा है। तो इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ कि ये लफ्ज़ जिहाद धर्मांतरण वेजिंग वॉर है, उससे निपटने के लिए सेक्शन 147 है बीएनएस में, लेकिन उसका यूज नहीं किया जा रहा है। और लफ्ज़ जिहाद धर्मांतरण, हमारे त्यौहार बदल रहे, हमारा कल्चर बदल रहा है, हमारा फेस्टिवल बदल रहा है, हमारी सोच बदल रही है। जो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की सोच थी, नारी तु नारायणी की सोच थी, सर्वमंगल मांगल्य की सोच थी, वो सोच बदल रही है। इसलिए मैंने मांग किया है कि जो सेक्शन 152 है जिसमें फांसी तक की सजा होती है, उस प्रावधान के अंतर्गत भी इसमें मुकदमा दर्ज किया जाए। एक और हमने मांग किया है कि जैसे SC/ST केस में स्पेशल कोर्ट बनी हुई है, रेप के केसेस में स्पेशल कोर्ट होती है, MLA MP के मुकदमे के लिए स्पेशल कोर्ट बनी है, वैसे ही कन्वर्जन के मामले में हर जिले में एक डेजिग्नेटेड स्पेशल कोर्ट होनी चाहिए, जहां पे साल भर के अंदर फैसला होना चाहिए। क्योंकि देखा यह गया है कि जांच होती है, मुकदमा शुरू होता है, चार्जशीट फाइल हो जाती है, लेकिन मुकदमा ये 10-20 साल चलता रहता है। इस बीच ये जो लफ्ज़ जिहाद धर्मांतरण कराने वाले हैं, ये जो गवाह होते हैं उनको तोड़ लेते हैं, पैसा देते हैं, ये करते हैं, वो करते हैं, तो धीरे धीरे गवाह परेशान हो जाते हैं, आना बंद कर देते हैं। और जब 10-20 साल मुकदमा चलता है, गवाह आते नहीं, तो ये लोग सबूत के अभाव में बरी हो जाते हैं। इसलिए मैंने माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट से मांग किया है कि लफ्ज़ जिहाद धर्मांतरण के मामले में टाइम बाउंड तरीके से 1 साल के अंदर, जैसे रेप का मुकदमा है, SC/ST का मुकदमा है, MLA MP का मुकदमा है, ऐसे ही इस मामले में भी 1 साल के अंदर डिसीजन होना चाहिए, स्पेशल कोर्ट होनी चाहिए। मैं आशा करता हूं कि अभी तो ये 20 तारीख को दिखा रहा है, 20 तारीख को शायद इस पर सुनवाई हो जाएगी, लेकिन ये बहुत ज़रूरी है। बहुत बड़ा खतरा आ चुका है, भारत के अंदर से पैसे फंडिंग हो रही है, विदेशों से फंडिंग आ रही है, हवाला के जरिए फंडिंग हो रही है, FCRA के जरिए फंडिंग हो रही है, और पूरे प्लान्ड वे में भारत की डेमोग्राफी बदलने की कोशिश की जा रही है। 0.1% ही सही, लेकिन डेमोग्राफी पर डे बदल रही है। मैंने इसमें आंकड़े भी दिए हैं कि भारत की 9 राज्यों की डेमोग्राफी पूरी बदल चुकी है। 28 राज्य हैं, 8 केंद्र शासित प्रदेश टोटल हो गए 36 में से 9 राज्यों की डेमोग्राफी बदल गई है, यानी 25% राज्यों की डेमोग्राफी बदल चुकी है। भारत के 800 जिलों में से 200 जिलों की डेमोग्राफी बदल चुकी है। भारत के 6000 तहसीलों में से 1500 तहसीलों की डेमोग्राफी बदल चुकी है। भारत के बॉर्डर पे जो 300 तहसीलें हैं, उसमें से 300 की डेमोग्राफी बदल गई है। और ये जो डेमोग्राफी बदल रही है, वो लफ्ज़ जिहाद के कारण, धर्मांतरण के कारण, घुसपैठ के कारण, जनसंख्या विस्फोट के कारण। इसलिए इसको, चूंकि अभी घुसपैठ जनसंख्या विस्फोट का अलग मेरी याचिका चल रही है, धर्मांतरण के मामले में मैंने ये कहा है कि जिस दिन भारत में लफ्ज़ जिहाद और धर्मांतरण कराने वालों की सिटीजनशिप खत्म होना शुरू हो जाएगी, इनकी 100% प्रॉपर्टी सीज करना शुरू कर देंगे और साल भर के अंदर इनको आजीवन कारावास देना शुरू कर देंगे, उस दिन लफ्ज़ जिहाद धर्मांतरण रुक जाएगा।
एक बड़ा ब्रेकिंग न्यूज आ रहा है, द स्टोरी इज गेटिंग बिगर एज वी स्पीक। अश्विनी कुमार उपाध्याय, थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग अस। द चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, Devendra Fadnavis, has reacted. The story is getting bigger. More and more political reactions coming in. The Maharashtra Chief Minister saying the TCS scandal, a very, very serious issue. He says it was done as a part of a module. Fadnavis stressing on module. So it tells you that the state government feels the issue is much bigger. It has been bigger than what some people are making it out to be. Some trying to play down the issue, obviously because they don't want the truth to come out. Fadnavis says it was done as part of a module. Let's listen in.
कार्रवाई हम लोग कर रहे हैं और बिल्कुल ध्यान में आता है कि एक मॉड्यूल के तहत इसको किया गया है। फॉर्चुनेटली टीसीएस जैसी कंपनी ने बहुत बड़ी भूमिका इसमें ली है, किसी को भी शील्ड हम नहीं करेंगे। इस प्रकार की भूमिका टीसीएस ने ली है और टीसीएस के प्रमुख ने भी इसकी बहुत निंदा की है। और मुझे लगता है कि इस मॉड्यूल के तार कहां तक है, इसकी जांच हम लोग करेंगे। हम लोगों ने सेंट्रल एजेंसीज को भी इत्तला दी है और आवश्यकता के अनुसार उनकी भी मदद इसमें ली जाएगी। ये मामला बहुत सीरियस मामला है और इस पर बहुत कड़ी कार्रवाई हम लोग कर रहे हैं और बिल्कुल ध्यान में आता है कि एक मॉड्यूल के तहत इसको किया गया है। फॉर्चुनेटली टीसीएस जैसी कंपनी ने बहुत बड़ी भूमिका इसमें ली है, किसी को भी शील्ड हम नहीं करेंगे, इस प्रकार की भूमिका टीसीएस ने ली है और टीसीएस के प्रमुख ने भी इसकी बहुत निंदा की है। और मुझे लगता है कि इस मॉड्यूल के तार कहां तक है इसकी जांच हम लोग करेंगे। हम लोगों ने सेंट्रल एजेंसीज को भी इत्तला दी है और आवश्यकता के अनुसार उनकी भी मदद इसमें ली जाएगी। ये मामला बहुत सीरियस मामला है और इस पर बहुत कड़ी कार्रवाई हम लोग कर रहे हैं और बिल्कुल ध्यान में आता है कि एक मॉड्यूल के तहत इसको किया गया है। फॉर्चुनेटली टीसीएस जैसी कंपनी ने बहुत बड़ी भूमिका इसमें ली है। किसी को भी शील्ड हम नहीं करेंगे, इस प्रकार की भूमिका टीसीएस ने ली है और टीसीएस के प्रमुख ने भी इसकी बहुत निंदा की है। और मुझे लगता है कि इस मॉड्यूल के तार कहां तक है इसकी जांच हम लोग करेंगे। हम लोगों ने सेंट्रल एजेंसीज को भी इत्तला दी है।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going across straight to the protests that are taking place in Mumbai as VHP takes to the streets to protest against the grooming gang and the TCS sexual exploitation episode. Let's cut across straight to the pictures coming in. Those are pictures of the protests. I'm cutting across live to Mumbai where Meenakshi is live. Meenakshi is live. These are VHP protests, Bajrang Dal protests, we are told. Bajrang Dal protest and VHP. Revati and Meenakshi both are tracking the story. Let's cut across live. And Revati is live. Revati, these are live pictures from Mumbai, so let's put a label there, please. Live from Mumbai and live from Nasik. Republic reporting live from Mumbai and live from Nasik. Live from Mumbai, the pictures of the VHP and the Bajrang Dal protest. And live from Nasik is Revati, the reporter. Nasik is where the story broke out. So VHP on the streets, Bajrang Dal on the streets. And let's put those windows out, please. Live from Nasik, live from Mumbai. Revati, you heard the Chief Minister also saying it's part of a module. For some reason, the police seem to be tight-lipped on this module. Why is that?
Right, Republic has been on this very fact from day one that there are international links to this particular matter, and we also saw this on Republic that there is a Malaysian preacher who would be in contact with these victims through video conferencing, and also there was a code name Imran. And why they would call him Imran is that because the accused would always address him as Imran. And also the development which we saw on Republic is that there were passports being made of the victims and they were about to be human trafficked to Malaysia. And also there's one more external link which is coming up, and that external link is that Nida Khan, who is a prime accused who will now file an anticipatory bail, is on a run, is said to be related to the Red Fort bomb blast accused Dr. Shaheen. So these are the external links, external organizations that there might be there's a possible link to this particular matter. Also the National Investigation agencies have set a probe. It has also come to the light that all the documents, all the CCTV footages, all the deleted, retrieved data is submitted to the National Investigative agencies, and a probe is been set in this particular matter. Also, tomorrow or late evening tonight, National Commission for Women's Committee will be also coming to the Nashik. Over to you.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs. Those are pictures from Mumbai. Republic getting you the pictures from Mumbai as the story gets bigger. Devendra Fadnavis, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, has responded to the story broken by Republic and the story which is escalating. I'd like to play out once more what Devendra Fadnavis, the Maharashtra Chief Minister, said. Here's what Fadnavis said, saying it's part of a module. Let's play that out, please.
प्रमुख ने भी ये मामला बहुत सीरियस मामला है और इस पर बहुत कड़ी कार्रवाई हम लोग कर रहे हैं और बिल्कुल ध्यान में आता है कि एक मॉड्यूल के तहत इसको किया गया है। फॉर्चुनेटली टीसीएस जैसी कंपनी ने बहुत बड़ी भूमिका इसमें ली है। किसी को भी शील्ड हम नहीं करेंगे, इस प्रकार की भूमिका टीसीएस ने ली है और टीसीएस के प्रमुख ने भी इसकी बहुत निंदा की है। और मुझे लगता है कि इस मॉड्यूल के तार कहां तक है इसकी जांच हम लोग करेंगे। हम लोगों ने सेंट्रल एजेंसीज को भी इत्तला दी है और आवश्यकता के अनुसार उनकी भी मदद इसमें ली जाएगी। ये मामला बहुत सीरियस मामला है और इस पर बहुत कड़ी कार्रवाई हम लोग कर रहे हैं और बिल्कुल ध्यान में आता है कि एक मॉड्यूल के तहत इसको किया गया है। फॉर्चुनेटली टीसीएस जैसी कंपनी ने बहुत बड़ी भूमिका इसमें ली है। किसी को भी शील्ड हम नहीं करेंगे, इस प्रकार की भूमिका टीसीएस ने ली है और टीसीएस के प्रमुख ने भी इसकी बहुत निंदा की है। और मुझे लगता है कि इस मॉड्यूल के तार कहां तक है इसकी जांच हम लोग करेंगे। हम लोगों ने सेंट्रल एजेंसीज को भी इत्तला दी है और आवश्यकता के अनुसार उनकी भी मदद इसमें ली जाएगी। ये मामला बहुत सीरियस मामला है और इस पर बहुत कड़ी कार्रवाई हम लोग कर रहे हैं और बिल्कुल ध्यान में आता है कि एक मॉड्यूल के तहत इसको किया गया है। फॉर्चुनेटली टीसीएस जैसी कंपनी ने बहुत बड़ी भूमिका इसमें ली है, किसी को भी शील्ड हम नहीं करेंगे। इस प्रकार की भूमिका टीसीएस ने ली है और टीसीएस के प्रमुख ने भी इसकी बहुत निंदा की है। और मुझे लगता है कि
Okay, we'll take a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, the protests continue in Mumbai as Bajrang Dal VHP hit the streets on the TCS scandal in Nasik. Sexual exploitation of Hindu women and even male employees at TCS, as seen in that particular video, the one behind me. The accused allegedly forcefully converting an employee of TCS, and the employee has shared the video. The victim now has given a very detailed written statement. We'll take a break and come back with more details on the story. Stay tuned to Republic.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and we'll bring you all the latest update on the Women Reservation Bill and the voting which is set to take place at 4 p.m. We'll get you minute-to-minute updates of what's unfolding in that and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Video proof emerges of forced conversion at TCS Nashik. Accused Tausif Attar seen giving skull cap to a male victim. New video completely exposes TCS grooming gang victim, claims he was forced to convert. From Nashik to Amravati, new video shows cops feeding cake and extending birthday wishes to him. Cops seen feeding cake and extending birthday wishes to Amravati predator. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first big breaking news development that we are fetching right now on your screens in a short while. A big breaking news development, ladies and gentlemen, hours after attack on Lashkar co-founder Amir Hamza. Lashkar chief's son met Amir Hamza. Lashkar's internal communication intercepted says Hafiz Saeed's son Talha Saeed met Amir Hamza in Lahore. Now, video has also been shared by Lashkar to its cadre of Talha with Amir Hamza. Now, Lashkar internal communication said that Amir Hamza is doing well and demanded additional security for him from police. Very big development coming in hours after attack on Lashkar co-founder Amir Hamza. Lashkar chief's son met Amir Hamza, and Lashkar's internal communication has been intercepted, which says Hafiz Saeed's son Talha Saeed met Amir Hamza in Lahore. Now, video has also been shared by Lashkar to its cadre of Talha with Amir Hamza. Now, Lashkar internal communication said that Amir Hamza is doing well and demanded additional security for him from the police. Big development coming in hours after the attack, just hours after the attack on the Lashkar co-founder, that is Amir Hamza. Lashkar chief's son has met Amir Hamza. As per the intercepted internal communication of Lashkar, Hafiz Saeed's son, that is Talha Saeed, has met Amir Hamza in Lahore. Video has also been shared by Lashkar to all its cadre of Talha with Amir Hamza. And this is Hafiz Saeed's son, Talha Saeed, meeting Amir Hamza in Lahore. Now, who is Amir Hamza? On your screens, ladies and gentlemen, he's distanced himself from LET in 2018. He's a global designated terrorist, created splinter terror group Jaish-e-Manqafa. This is Amir Hamza, and hours after attack on this Lashkar co-founder Amir Hamza, Lashkar chief's son met Amir Hamza. Lashkar's internal communication has been intercepted, and which says Hafiz Saeed's son Talha Saeed met Amir Hamza in Lahore. All right, we have our Deputy Executive Editor Shravan joining us from the newsroom for more details in this story. Shravan, this is getting confirmed that Hafiz Saeed's son Talha Saeed met Amir Hamza. What more details, Shravan?
गुरसिमरन कहाँ है?
All right, we'll try to go back to Deputy Executive Editor Shravan from the newsroom, joining us from the newsroom. Shravan, we are getting the latest details that Lashkar's as the internal communication has been intercepted. that Hafiz Saeed's son Talha Saeed has met Amir Hamza in Lahore.
What is emerging right now is about Amir Hamza. The very fact that he was attacked yesterday, in fact, it has now been confirmed by Lahore police. Now, who carried out the attack is not known. There is a similar pattern that has basically emerged, and the pattern is of unknown assailants carrying out these attacks in Pakistan. In fact, this has happened in Lahore. In a short while from now, we're going to play out the first video of Amir Hamza. We'll also go across to my colleague Grooming in a short while from now, who's also, tracking the story very closely. This morning, when we spoke to some of our sources to get a sense of what's really happening, it turns out that there has been a massive internal fight. Now, the internal fight basically emerges. It stems from the fact that from the time there was pressure on Pakistan to take action against Lashkar-e-Toiba, the fact of the matter is that two organizations that were basically handled by Amir Hamza, Jamaat-e-Dawa and there was the other organization which was being targeted by these organizations. Now it turns out that there was an attempt that was made by them to try and distance from Hafiz Saeed. That was the attempt that was made by Amir Hamza so that they could divert the funds that were basically coming in meant for Lashkar-e-Toiba. A new organization was basically floated by Amir Hamza. Now, this was a tactic that was basically adopted so that they could carry out with their activities in Pakistan, and somewhere down the line, a facade that would have been created by Pakistan, that action has been taken against Lashkar-e-Toiba. When the reality is this, that there was no action that was taken against Lashkar-e-Toiba, but there were secondary groups. There were secondary groups that were basically floated, in which Amir Hamza certainly played an important role. The big news basically emerging right now is of Amir Hamza's images that have come in, shows the fact that he was hurt in the attack that was basically carried out in Lahore. This was immediately after he had stepped out from a TV station in Lahore after delivering a religious speech there. That is what the Pakistanis have been saying. Lahore police, in fact, has also put out a statement indicating that such an incident has actually taken place. But important to highlight once again, for the world to really know that the Pakistanis have been peddling a lie, and that lie was that there was a crackdown, a massive crackdown on their part as far as Lashkar-e-Toiba is concerned. But that is not the case. There was no crackdown, there was no action that was taken against Amir Hamza, and this is the latest video that is now coming. We can perhaps go across to those images that are now coming in.
Yeah, definitely, Shravan, but also it clearly establishes, all right, we have Gursimran, come Gursimran with us for more details on the story. Gursimran, our reports are confirmed, and this also clearly establishes they're asking for police security. There's a clear-cut role of the government in supporting the terrorists in this case, and also the kind of attack that took place. He might have been assassinated. What exactly happened, if you can run us through the sequence of events?
Sisham, what has happened that soon after this incident was reported, the agencies have been tracking the internal communication of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, that how Lashkar is going to respond to this incident that has taken place, because their co-founder has been attacked by the unknown gunman. And now, in an internal communication that has been sent to its cadre by the Lashkar leadership, it has been said that Talha Saeed, who is the son of Lashkar chief Hafiz Saeed, he has met Amir Hamza in Lahore. Apart from that, a video has also been shared with the cadres, which Republic has also accessed. In this video, it can be seen that this is roughly a 15-second long video in which Talha Saeed is on the extreme left side, and on the right side is Amir Hamza, who was shot yesterday when he was moving out of a TV station.
Spot on. We spoke about this incident that took place in Lahore and the fact that he was shot at, and he had sustained serious injuries, thereafter taken to a hospital in Lahore. In fact, this video that has been accessed by Republic TV clearly goes on to indicate that there has been some sort of nervousness creeping in within the Lashkar-e-Toiba leadership to begin with. You have Talha Saeed now going ahead and meeting Amir Hamza. This comes at a time when there were reports basically emerging of the fact that there was some sort of, perhaps a divide within the Lashkar-e-Toiba leadership to begin with. Whether at all this was being done deliberately or perhaps take away the focus from the global attention that was coming in on Lashkar-e-Toiba. That is something that one will have to wait and watch to see the developments that are taking place. But clearly, two things focusing right now, that is being focused right now. One, the fact that there is a pattern that has emerged, and that pattern is of these unknown assailants carrying out the attacks in various parts of Pakistan, which shows that these organizations, these terror groups are essentially exploding from within. That's number one. The other important issue is that they're basically all now moving away from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, moving hinterland, and the reason essentially being that they are afraid of the fact that there is a high possibility that India could carry on with their attacks targeting several of the launch pads, because these launch pads that have been operating currently along Pakistan-occupied Kashmir have been the target of several operations that have been carried out by the Indian Armed Forces. Let me also go across to Gursimran right now. Gursimran, two important developments taking place this morning. One, that of Tala Saeed going ahead and meeting Amir Hamza. I was given to understand, Gursimran, that there was some, if not misunderstanding, but there was a problem between Hafiz Saeed and Amir Hamza, and the fact that there was another organization that was basically floated by Amir Hamza to try and evade the global lens.
Yes, Shravan, there was actually a perception that was given that all is not well between Lashkar Chief Hafiz Saeed and Amir Hamza, and that's why he went on to establish Falah Insaniyat and other organizations so that they can evade the international scrutiny. Because what we have seen that soon after the Financial Action Task Force gave Pakistan deadlines, it was a couple of years ago, when it was a clear-cut pressure on the Pakistani government to act on the terror groups, be it Jaish-e-Mohammed or Lashkar-e-Toiba. Then what these terror groups did, that they resorted to these kind of organizations that are the dummy organizations, and they, under the pretext of working as NGO or for some religious cause, they have gathered the money, and that money was being used for the terror activities. There was a UN report also that marked a mention that in the areas where these terror groups have a stronghold, what they are using, they are actually diverting the funds that are meant for the humanitarian causes for the terror groups. So that is exactly what they have been doing. Now coming to this incident was reported yesterday morning at around 9:09.
All right, viewers, we have another big breaking news coming in. Another major setback for Pawan Khera. Top court rejects Pawan Khera's bail plea. He's not getting bail any sooner. Top court has rejected Pawan Khera's bail plea. Big development. We are continuously covering this story. We're tracking the story. Big major setback for Pawan Khera. Supreme Court rejects Congress leader Pawan Khera's plea, seeking to extend the transit anticipatory bail that was granted to him earlier by the Telangana High Court till Tuesday on the ground of enabling him to approach any jurisdictional court in Assam in the case where Pawan Khera is alleged to have made false allegations against the wife of Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. All right, we have our Deputy Executive Editor Shravan joining us from the newsroom for more details. Shravan, another setback, another major setback for Pawan Khera. Bail has been rejected, Shravan.
Congress leader Pawan Khera has been on the run. This after Assam police had filed an FIR based on a complaint filed by Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife Riniki Bhua. In fact, the charge that was basically leveled by Pawan Khera was of multiple passports being held by Riniki Bhua, which is something that has been rejected by the Assam Chief Minister as well as his wife, saying that this is nothing but fake news being peddled by Pawan Khera, and the fact that this was an attempt to malign the image of the Chief Minister's wife. They say that AI-generated images were essentially used by Pawan Khera in the press conference that he had done in the run-up to the elections in Assam, and the fact that he was not being able to substantiate any of the claims that he had made. This was also about a few companies in Vyom that was basically floated, and the charge was that this was being done by Assam Chief Minister's wife just days before the election had taken place. To which, remember, there has been a full-scale war of words between Assam Chief Minister and the Congress leader. In fact, it turns out that immediately after the FIR was actually launched, you've had Pawan Khera leaving from Guwahati and thereafter going to Hyderabad. In fact, he was caught on camera by Republic TV hiding in his car, This was at a time when the Assam police was in the national capital carrying out searches at his residence and also looking at Pawan Khera's statement to have been recorded, which he hasn't so far. An anticipatory bail has also been filed by Pawan Khera. It seems that has now been rejected by the court. We'll also have to look into the grounds on which this case has been, or this bail plea has been rejected. But keeping in mind that Pawan Khera has contested the fact that this is, kind of a political witch hunt that is being carried out, and saying that he has evidence to basically prove the fact that there are multiple passports that was being held by Riniki Bhua. Again, a charge that has been vehemently denied by Assam Chief Minister's wife.
All right, Shawan, what does that exactly mean? Can this lead to arrest of Pawan Khera? What will be the future for Pawan Khera in this case?
Well, in fact, Assam police has been on the lookout. They had sent a team to Hyderabad. There was a team here in the national capital too. And in fact, Assam police had put out a statement indicating that Pawan Khera has been on the run. He has been absconding. He has been named in the FIR. Now, effectively, this would mean more trouble for Pawan Khera because it leaves room for punitive action to be taken by the state police here. One will have to wait and watch to see whether at all Assam police would be reacting immediately on this entire matter. In terms of legal options available before Pawan Khera, he still has the option of going before a higher court, but whether at all that's going to happen or not, one will have to wait and watch. As far as the Assam police is concerned, they say that at least his statement will be recorded. Whether at all they go in for an arrest in this particular case, that clarity hasn't really come in as yet.
All right, so this is the second time this plea has been rejected this time. Earlier, there was a stay on the anticipatory bail that he was asking for. He hasn't been granted that. Earlier also has been completely denied this time. Shawan.
Well, he hasn't been able to convince the court as to why there should not be any investigation against him. Because look at the gravity of these charges. These are charges that have been leveled against a sitting chief minister's wife. What were the charges? Number one, it is about floating of companies, and these are companies that were registered in Grooming. That was just days before the election, which has been contested by the Assam Chief Minister, who thereafter had said in a subsequent press conference that he had also registered companies in the name of Pawan Khera and also Gaurav Gogoi. And he had said that he had only paid $190 for registering these companies in viewing, an indication that this can be done by anyone. So there is nothing to essentially prove that Assam Chief Minister's wife was actually holding these companies to begin with. The second aspect was of multiple passports. Assam Chief Minister's wife, Riniki, has been maintaining the fact that she is an Indian citizen. And she at no point in time could have been holding on to more than one passport. And the fact that she says that these are AI-generated images, these are fake passports that were being peddled by Pawan Khera. And when this question was basically asked in the court too, remember there is nothing much that was basically being, countered by Pawan Khera at this stage. So far, remember, Pawan Khera hasn't really made any public statement, proving the fact that perhaps there is something that does not meet the eye at this stage.
All right. Thanks a lot, Shawan, for the details in this story. We'll keep tracking this development when Pawan Khera faces another big setback. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, another video has emerged of, let's move on to another top story, internal document of eyewear company Lenskart, which details instructions on office dress code, has sparked a major controversy after people highlighted that it didn't approve of bindi and tilak at the workplace, but allowed hijab. Now, as the row snowballed, Piyush Bansal, the founder and CEO of Lenskart, clarified that the policy document was inaccurate and didn't reflect the company's present guidelines. Here's a detailed report on that.
No bindi, no tilak, but hijab allowed. This was the internal document of eyewear company Lenskart. The document reportedly allowed store staff to wear a black hijab during shifts and also permitted black turbans. However, it stated that religious tilak and bindi is not allowed. The controversy sparked strong reactions online, with some users criticizing the alleged policy and calling for a boycott.
Eyewear company Lenskart is facing controversy over a reported internal grooming policy that allegedly allowed hijab but restricted symbols like bindi, tilak and kalwa. The issue sparked backlash online with many questioning the company's stance. Founder and CEO Piyush Bansal has now clarified that the document is outdated and does not reflect current guidelines. However, the row is far from over, with people demanding more clarity on whether the policy was ever implemented and what action has been taken.
The post prompted CEO Piyush Bansal to clarify that the document does not reflect current policy. Despite Bansal's clarification, many users on social media expressed skepticism, with some accusing him of providing a misleading explanation. Several users pointed out that the controversial document was dated February 2026, not an outdated version as Bansal had claimed. The backlash forced Bansal to issue another clarification 12 hours after his first post on social media website X on the issue. The discussion comes amid wider conversations around workplace sensitivity and corporate conduct in India, where social media scrutiny of HR and grooming policy has increased significantly in recent years.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Big breaking news development that we are getting right now. Republic accesses Nida Khan's suspension letter. Big breaking news development, ladies and gentlemen. This is the suspension letter of Nida Khan. We will be showing you that letter also very soon. But I can read what's written in the statement also on the suspension letter. You joined the services of Tata Consultancy Services with effect from 27 December 2021 and are currently designated as process associate. This is to inform you that the company has been made aware of serious matter reported against you, pursuant to which you are currently in judicial or police custody. Considering the seriousness of the matter as reported and that you are presently unable to discharge your official duties, the company has decided to place you under suspension with immediate effect until further communication and decision in the matter by the management. Accordingly, your access to TCS network is being temporarily revoked. You are hereby instructed to make arrangements to surrender any company assets which may be in your possession, and you are directed not to report to any company office or work from any other location or home until further communication in this regard from the company's designated HR officer. Further, you are directed not to discuss or speak in any form on this subject with any other employer and maintain strict confidentiality in the matter. Any failure on your part to cooperate in this matter will result in disciplinary action. So this is the suspension letter that we have accessed. The Republic has accessed. Nida Khan's suspension letter has been accessed. Now, it clearly mentions that she has been suspended, mentioning of the seriousness of the matter as reported, and also mentions that you are presently unable to discharge your official duties. The company has decided to place you under suspension with immediate effect until further communication and decision in this matter by the management. Accordingly, your access to TCS network is being temporarily revoked. You are hereby instructed to make arrangements to surrender any company assets which may be in your possession, and you are directed not to report to any company office. Big development. We have accessed the TCS grooming gang HR, Nida Khan suspension letter, which we have accessed. She is the key accused among many in this case, and very big development here. This is the exclusive letter that we have accessed. This is the suspension letter because she was suspended by Tata Consultancy Services because of her role and her role in the conversion and the complete sexual harassment racket, the grooming gang, which was running on the behest of Nida Khan. Big development here. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We have a lot more lined up. Coming up next, voting for Women's Reservation Bill set to begin in Lok Sabha at 4 p.m. today. Also coming up, from Nashik to Amravati, new video shows cops feeding cake and extending birthday wishes to him.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane.
Again for a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up for you in the next bulletin after a short commercial break. Coming up next, voting for Women's Reservation Bill set to begin in Lok Sabha at 4 p.m. today. And also coming up, TCS sexual exploitation case reaches Supreme Court. PIL in Supreme Court seeks directions on forced religious conversions.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े। असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM.
Up next, voting for women reservation bill set to begin in Lok Sabha at 4 p.m. today.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Video proof emerges of forced conversion at TCS Nasik. Accused Tausi Vatar seen giving skull cap to a male victim. Apex Court rejects Pawan Khera's appeal to extend his anticipatory bail. He still remains on the run. Lashkar chief's son meets Amir Hamza hours after Amir Hamza was attacked. Cops seen feeding cake and extending birthday wishes to Amravati, a predator. Voting for women's reservation bill set to begin in Lok Sabha at 4 p.m. today. All right, so welcome viewers to our special coverage right from outside the Parliament. Today is the second day of the special session of the Parliament, and we're looking, we're looking forward to what's going to happen at 4 p.m. This is when all three crucial bills will be put to vote. Now, before that, there are reports emerging that Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi could also address the Lok Sabha at about 1:45 p.m. So those are the latest developments we are picking up. In fact, on this broadcast, I'm now being joined by BJP's Radhika Khera, who tells us about what is the party's strategy going forward. Now, Radhika, it all boils down to numbers game at the end. Now, when we talk about NDA, numbers are not stacked in your favor at the moment. You have about 292 as compared to 360 you need in Lok Sabha, and about 140 as compared to 160 you need in Rajya Sabha. So Rajya Sabha still looks, a little bit better than Lok Sabha. I want to ask you, what is the BJP strategy going forward? How are you going to get all the other parties to come on board to pass these crucial bills?
Now it's on the opposition party to actually put their talk into काम में लाने को कहते हैं ना, शब्दों को काम पे लेकर आना है. They have been claiming for decades that they want women to come into parliament, but a fact is that they do not want women to get into parliament. We've seen Dimple Yadav ji, she gave a bite a few minutes ago and where she said that we will vote against this. So the nation is watching. Women are watching every election. For decades, women have been given a lollipop by the Congress party. Rajiv ji ka sapna hai. Sonia ji has been leading the party since 2010. They did not bring it after the Rajya Sabha. They brought it in the Rajya Sabha. And if we bring the same bill, Rahul Gandhi comes up with another clause. If we agree to that, they will come up with another clause. Ye nahi, wo nahi, ye nahi. Like our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji said in Parliament yesterday, everybody is watching and everybody will remember those faces who did not let women come into parliament. It is an opportunity for the opposition parties to stand on the right side of history. Now, the ball is in their court. They've been claiming that humne trap bichha diya hai. Well, they have a chance. They can just walk from side and put us all in our place. Hamari sari politics khatam ho jayegi. The point is, if all of us want one thing, that is women in parliament, what is the problem in delimitation? Instead of spending so much time fighting against it, spend that in ground and get your party cadre to work.
But Radhika, opposition is saying that they're all in for women reservation. They want women to have a say in policy making. And they want the government to de-link those two things. They want the de-linking of delimitation process from women reservation.
In 2023, when we got the bill, and we said that ye tabhi lagu hoga jab janganna hogi, what did Rahul Gandhi say? Why do you have to wait for janganna? Turant lagu karo. Priyanka Gandhi banged her fist on the table and said, nahi, turant lagu karo. Sonia ji said, this is Rajiv ji's sapna. You have to bring it immediately. We said, theek hai, we listen to you. We'll listen to them. Now they say ki OBC mahilaon ke liye alag reservation mein they want reservation. Every time, like I said, they will come up with something new. What is the harm in delimitation? Imagine Indira ji's party, Rajiv ji's party, Jawaharlal Nehru ji's party. Now Jawaharlal Nehru ji's great grandson is struggling. Why? Because he's saying कि हमारा यूपी और नॉर्थ इंडिया की वजह से everything will go crazy. मतलब, can you imagine Congress party saying that? So I still feel personally that instead of beating around the bush, these parties should strengthen their cadre, work on the ground, and at the end it is the women who are going to win. What is the harm in increasing the seats? You cannot take away one person's right to give someone else right. If they want, why should there not be development? If their seats increase, there will be better development in the country. So one thing is very clear: if they vote against this, they are against women. They never wanted women in parliament. They do not want development of the country. We have made it categorically very clear that north, south, east, west, small state, big state, every such state के साथ सामान्य चीज होगी. प्रधानमंत्री जी said, मुझसे गारंटी चाहिए, गारंटी ले लो, मुझसे वादा चाहिए, वादा ले लो.
Of course, I agree with you that there was assurance given by the Prime Minister yesterday on the floor of the House. But what they are saying, the opposition says that verbal assurance is not enough. So go for a written assurance to us that there will be just a 50%, flat 50% increase in all the share of states. And this would be, there would be no injustice against any state or region. So they're asking for a written assurance from the government.
Last night, after Priyanka Gandhi spoke, our Honourable Home Minister, Shri Amit Shah ji, broke that entire fake narrative, that propaganda that was being pushed. He actually told everyone how the seats percentage representation is increasing. It's especially in Tamil Nadu, in South, the maximum seats are increasing in Tamil Nadu by 20 seats. And he showed the calculation how 50% increase is going to be there. And he made it very clear that today when he addresses the Parliament, he will even show it how it's there in the bill. I think the opposition should wait, and if they want it, obviously everything will come in writing. Koi bhi cheez hawa mein to nahi hogi. If there's a law and if there's something, then they should stick to it. Today, I guarantee you, if they are saying that give it in writing, if we give it in writing, वो एक और चीज लेकर आ जाएंगे. Because simple thing is they do not want women in parliament, because if they wanted it, decades back, women would have been in parliament.
All right, of course, we'll have to see how the voting now goes at 4 p.m. Now, my colleague Rakshita is also present with us, giving us all the updates, what's happening inside the parliament as far as women reservation and delimitation is concerned. Over to you, Rakshita.
Well, yes, we will continue to get more reactions, and just an update that Rahul Gandhi is going to speak in around 1:45 in the Parliament, and voting, of course, is at 4 p.m. But I have with me, we have Ms. Pratibha Prahlad, who is a renowned artist, dancer, choreographer, and educator, and a socio-political activist, political commentator with me. Thank you so much, ma'am, for coming on Republic TV today, and the fact that you've been, a political observer and a commentator and a social activist as well. We are on the precipice of history. If this, gets passed today, for 30 long years, we haven't had this reservation. 2023 was a landmark year, but today we still see that there are some obstacles that we are witnessing right behind the building, that is the Parliament. How do you see this, and what are your thoughts, looking at the updates coming?
So I was a young woman, politically active, culturally active way back in the 90s. Right? So when it was first passed in the Panchayati Raj, at the Gram Panchayat and the Block Panchayat level, we were extremely thrilled, because it was an experiment to give women their rightful place in governance. And the resounding success of what happened thereafter made Mr. Deve Gowda's coalition at that time enact this, pass this act, introduce the Women's Reservation Bill for the first time in 1996, right? So since then, we have seen so many comments. The first person to go against this was Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav in his own government, and he said that no, there can't be 33% reservation for women, because many men would lose their constituencies, and they were very, very uncertain about what their future was going to be. And so then he said, he kind of brought in the first kind of an obstacle, and thereafter there were many other voices that joined in. Later, we saw in 2000 Mr. Vajpayee's government trying to reintroduce the bill. It didn't go through because it was a minority government. And then the Congress realized that if they don't do something about it, even if it is, nominally, so they would kind of stand to lose electorally. So in 2010, they kind of introduced the bill and passed it in Rajya Sabha. But all of us know that unless the bill is passed in Lok Sabha, it does not become an act, and there's no enforcement. So today we have the opportunity to make a political promise an enforceable reality. And to me, that is a historic moment. And it's happening because of the NDA government, led by the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has always been pro-women. Whatever decisions he has taken, in the last 3 terms, he's taken for women, because he understands that women are disempowered and they're underrepresented in the lawmaking process in our country. And this underrepresentation of women is a historic wrong, because even countries like Pakistan and Bangladesh have a larger percentage of women in the assembly and the parliament. So this has to be corrected. And today all the political parties have an opportunity to correct this historical wrong, and to bring women into the political process, into the legislative process, so that they become partakers in policy making and in decisions that are taken on their behalf, for them, for the families, for their children. So basically, what is a country? A country, society, right? And society has its laws, and women are equal partakers. Yes. In society, and so they should be given their right, and that is how I see this.
What do you have to say about the caste reservation within the women reservation? Some of the parties have raised that demand as well.
See, first of all, this is about gender justice. You bring women into parliament and into legislators. Now, 33% to me, should have happened in 1996. And today we should look at 50%, not 33%, because women hold up 50% of the sky. And all of us know that when women rise, a nation rises. So we have to have women in the policy and the decision-making process, and that is imperative, and it's non-negotiable. Okay, these people started saying that because of their own insecurities, and misogyny, I guess, and whatever, patriarchy, you call it what you want. But the point is, they started saying that, there has to be reservation within reservation. So there has to be a quota for, SYZ, castes. There should be a quota for XYZ religion. Yesterday they spoke about Muslim women and religion. Now, please tell me, why can't the political parties themselves decide who they want to, make as a candidate? If Mulayam Singh Yadav's party, Akhilesh Yadav's party, wants to give reservation within this reservation to Muslim women, he can choose the candidates. I mean, he can choose more than 50%, maybe 100% of the candidates to be Muslims, and make them stand. But right now, for me, it is about gender. It's about gender justice, it's about gender equality, it's about bringing women in the political process, in the policy making process, and all these other technical details they're talking about don't hold value when they try to, put an end to this.
Many thanks, Ms. Bralad. We'll be coming back to you. But right now, viewers, we are interrupted by some breaking news coming, and this is coming in from across the border. We're getting in breaking news, and this is a story, Republic Newsbreak, that has been confirmed. This is the LET commander, Amir Hamza, who has been, we are getting a video that shows his son rushing to meet the LET commander, Hamza, who has been grievously injured. And that's the update we are getting in right now. There's a footage that has come in which shows the Saeed's son speaking to an injured Hamza, with the development being flagged as a major update on Lashkar's leadership. And of course, the fate of the leadership, of course, is also in jeopardy as we continuously see the leadership being eliminated. And we'll try and get more updates on that right now as we speak. Okay, this is the video that we're getting in. There are two individuals that you can see there. You have Talha Saeed, who is Hafiz Saeed's son, the Lashkar chief's son, and you have Amir Hamza, who is the co-founder of Lashkar-e-Taiba. He was shot at in Lahore, and Saeed's son meeting Hamza. Clearly, you can see this is a testimony to the fact that he was attacked and that he has been injured, and Saeed had to rush. Saeed's son, Hafiz Saeed's son, had to rush to see him, to check up on him. And this is a video that has come in. We do understand that he is grievously injured right now. And this happened in Lahore. Viewers, what we understand, there is more update. In fact, I think my colleague Gursimran Singh is joining us on the broadcast. I think Gursimran is there with us. Gursimran, tell us more details about what has really happened.
Rakshita, soon after this incident was reported yesterday, the agencies were keeping a track on the development, especially the internal communications that were taking place, because one of the senior most leaders who has been the co-founder of Lashkar-e-Taiba, he has been shot at. And during the monitoring of the internal communication, it has been intercepted that Talha Saeed, hours after, this was yesterday only when he met, that hours after this incident was reported, Talha Saeed met Amir Hamza in Lahore, and he has assured that the cadre stands with them and has also demanding the stringent action to be taken, apart from the security beef up that he has demanded from the police. Also, a video has also been shared in one of the groups that is for the cadres by the Lashkar top brass, that in which it can be seen that the Hamza Amir is also there on the right side. On the left side is the son of Lashkar chief Hafiz Sayyid's son Talha Sayyid. He can be seen meeting with him. So this was actually the interceptor, 2 intercepts that have been done. It was being circulated to the Lashkar cadre by the top Lashkar leadership, which makes it very clear that no matter what has been going on, like it was being said that he actually exited from the Lashkar-e-Toiba and he formed his own Falah Insaniyat, but that was all a farce, and actually to divert the organizations, the strict vigil of the international community, that was just an eyewash that the Lashkar has done. Amir Hamza was closely associated with Lashkar, and that was the sole reason that hours after he was fired upon, the son of Lashkar chief, he went to meet him. Now coming to the incident that has been reported, we are told that several rounds were fired at the Toyota SUV vehicle. It was a 9mm rounds that were fired at him. Now the level of the injuries, that is yet to be known, that how serious the injuries are, but from the video that has surfaced and from the assurances that have been given to the Lashkar cadre, it is being said that the injuries are not serious in nature.
Right, Grooming, thank you so much for joining us with the details coming in. And viewers, now we have some big update coming in as far as the Amravati case is concerned, and I'll toss to my colleague Ishita, who has the details on that.
Right, of course, Rakshita, more developments are coming to light from Amravati. This time a video has emerged, a very concerning video showing the sexual predator, Ayan, in fact, celebrating his birthday. And what's more concerning is the fact that police cops are just seen around him. Now, I'll get you more details about this. In fact, this predator, Ayan Ahmed, is seen wearing a Boss t-shirt and cutting a birthday cake in the middle of an open road and busting firecrackers. And the disturbing pattern here is that the presence of police personnel. Now, in this footage, viewers, cops are seen feeding a cake, in fact, to Ayan and extending birthday wishes to him. Now, the video has rightly sparked a massive uproar, especially as the police earlier faced negligence allegations in this case. And now remember, 180 girls were harassed. Over 360 obscene videos went viral in this case. And now another video which shows the negligence on the part of police coming to light. And following, in fact, the emergence of the video in Amravati case, the superintendent of police has now been transferred, and 6 police personnel, including those which are visible in the footage, they have now been transferred. Now, an internal inquiry has also been initiated against them. And this is the breaking news we are picking up as far as Amravati case is concerned. Now, the sexual predator who Ayan Ahmed was seen, in fact, celebrating his birthday right in the middle of the road. There were cops surrounding him, in fact, feeding him cake. Now, it is concerning, to say the least, and also talks about the kind of law and order situation that currently prevails in Amravati, because you have a sexual predator who has harassed minor girls. 180 minor girls harassed, their videos taken, shot, and then they were being blackmailed. And now such a video also emerging. My colleague Revati has been tracking the story on the ground, now joins me. Revati, first of all, there were allegations of negligence on the part of police as far as this sexual predator Ayan is concerned. And now another video emerging where cops are seen feeding him cake right in the middle of the road. Give us more details about this.
Right, as you can see in the video that the accused is seeing cutting his cake and the police personnel are feeding that cake to him. It is a shocking video which has come to the light now. And the most important thing is that this is not just in Amravati, but this trend has been followed in many of the cities of Maharashtra. So it is a concerning thing that accused like Ayan are celebrating their birthdays with the police personnel. Also, it has come to the light that SP of Amravati has transferred those police officers involved in that video, and now it will be important to see that whether there is any stringent action taken against this or no. Over to you.
Right, of course, Revati, that's the big question. That is just a transfer. Is that the answer to what we're seeing right now? Police engaging in a celebration, lavishly celebrating birthday right in the middle of a road with an accused, a sexual predator. So is a transfer an answer we get at this stage? All right. In fact, we'll try and connect with my colleague Revati there. But viewers, this is the latest concerning video that has come to light from Amravati, where the sexual predator who's the accused in the Amravati horror case, Ayan, has now seen celebrating his birthday with police cops also around him. Now, this video has been shot right in the middle of the road, where you can see him celebrating his birthday, cutting the cake, and in fact, cops who have been facing allegations in this case of negligence are now seen feeding him cake. That's the situation of law and order as far as Amravati is concerned. And now, despite the video going viral, the answer from the police department has been just the transfer of these police officials who were part of this video. The SP in this case, in fact, has now transferred the officials who were part of this video. But the big question is this enough? Is this enough to ensure that such incidents are not reported? Is this enough to ensure that sexual predators like Ayan are not encouraged by the police department itself? That's the big question to ask at this stage. And this is the latest breaking we are picking up from Amravati horror case, a case which has shook the nation. About 180 girls harassed, minor girls harassed. They were first befriended by this sexual predator called Ayan, and then obscene videos were in fact shot, which went viral, and then they were blackmailed by Ayan, in fact. And now, in fact, moving on to more developments we're getting in this case. Now, in a shocking and deeply disturbing development in the Amravati case, we're getting some more breaking news at this stage. The scale of the sexual assault case continues to widen as a special investigation team, in fact, is now been constituted to look into this, to conduct an inquiry into the scale of this incident. Now, even as multiple arrests have now been made so far, and several others are still under the scanner. Investigators now say that in this case, minors were lured through the use of social media, and then they were befriended. A trust was established with these minors, and then they were sexually assaulted and then blackmailed by this sexual predator. In fact, with videos allegedly being circulated across cities, with over 100 obscene videos facing and more evidence being examined, the case has now triggered outrage on the ground. Here's a detailed report on the entire case. Take a look.
India steps into the quantum future. On World Quantum Day, Andhra Pradesh CM N. Chandrababu Naidu unveiled India's first indigenous quantum computing test beds with a key launch at the SRM University, Amravati.
With Amravati 1S at SRM University and Amravati 1Q at Medha Towers, we are creating two complementary facilities. One strengthens academic and research access, the other enables industry-facing testing and deployment.
The launch was attended by Pro-Chancellor of SRM AP, Dr. P. Satyanarayan, marking the university's central role in India's quantum push.
Actually, as we all know, our Chief Minister is having a grand vision for the capital Amravati, and which he has declared as the Amravati Quantum Valley. So, SRM by its own wants to contribute to that vision, and that's where we started this Quantum Institute. So in this we are now installing a quantum reference test bed, so which means that the components which are made for making a quantum computer will be tested in this reference test beds.
1Q test bed, developed by Cubitech, was launched virtually from Gannavaram.
The country was waiting for this kind of revolution of quantum computer. It's very expensive, and it is a very high-end technology, and it will basically give a big momentum to the research and also national security system.
What sets this apart? These systems are fully indigenous, strengthening India's deep tech ambitions.
Indians are capable, provided there is a convergence. If you see here, Amravati 1S and 1Q are not merely computers. They are fully instrumented quantum hardware test beds. They will enable validation, benchmarking, and certification under real operating conditions.
With SRM University at the forefront, Amravati is fast emerging as India's Quantum Valley.
All right, we are slipping into a very short break, but coming up on the other side, video proof now emerges of forced conversion at TCS Nasik. Accused Tausif Atar seen giving a skull cap to a male victim.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons.
All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, video proof emerges of forced conversion at TCS Nashik. Accused Tausif Atar seen giving skull cap.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before.
Video proof emerges of forced conversion at TCS Nashik. Accused Tausif Attar seen giving skull cap to a male victim. Apex Court rejected Pawan Khera's plea to extend the anticipatory bail. Lashkar chief's son meets Amir Hamza hours after Amir Hamza was attacked. Cop seen feeding cake and extending birthday wishes to the Amravati predator. Voting for Women's Reservation Bill set to begin in Lok Sabha at 4 p.m. today. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story. Now, this is from the TCS conversion scandal which was happening there. Now, a new video has emerged in this case where one of the male victims can be seen given a skull cap by one of the accused in this case. Video on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. As you can clearly see, this is a clear-cut example of how this is an organized conversion gang, a gang that is converting, and not just after women, vulnerable Hindu women, but also after Hindu men also. They're trying to convert everybody they can find, and this is on camera proof of conversion. As you can see, this is the video proof which has emerged of the forced conversion at TCS Nashik. Accused Tausif Attar can be seen giving a skull cap to the male victim in what the victim has claimed was a forced conversion. In his statement, the male employee said that he was brainwashed and coerced to convert by a TCS grooming gang. Now, the video is a proof of forced conversion at the TCS office in Nashik as the scandal unfolds. The accused Tausif Attar seems to be celebrating by the fact that he is giving a skull cap to a person who belongs to another religion. On camera, he has been caught. So it's part of a very big, very wide network. He's trying to firstly, they try to brainwash people, and then after that, they try to convert them. And this among many. He's among many of the victims on screen. The face has been blurred to prevent his identity. But as you can see, clear-cut example of how conversion takes place. And especially, this is happening in not just some locality, but happening at a very big corporate group. And the TCS group, this is the TCS conversion scandal and sexual harassment case where this new video has emerged on camera, where the one who is doing the conversion can be seen celebrating, smiling, seems very happy by the fact that he is giving a skull cap of belonging to his religion to a person of another religion. On camera conversion on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, this is a new video which has emerged from the Nashik case, the TCS Nashik conversion and sexual harassment case, where even male victims were present and they were forced to convert and they were brainwashed. An entire scenario was created where the seniors of that company forced the juniors in that company to convert, and especially female victims in this case, and also male victims, as you can see on your screens. This is a proof of conversion, and also the male victim has clearly said that he was brainwashed and coerced to convert by a TCS grooming gang. The video is a proof of forced conversion at the TCS office in Nashik. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top big breaking news related to TCS Nashik conversion scandal and harassment case. Now, there has been a response by Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, who has said that this matter is very, very serious and the government is taking very strict action. He noted that it has come to light that this was done under a module. So he has clearly said that this seems to be part of a module. And also very strict action. The government is taking very strict action. And Fadnavis added that TCS has played a very significant role in the case and has said that will not shield anyone. Now, with the head of TCS also strongly condemning the incident. So already, definitely there might be condemnation in this case, but it was happening at TCS. It was happening for a very long time at TCS. The senior HR was also involved in this case. Many senior members working in that big firm were involved in this scandal. Now, this is a very big statement which has now come from the Chief Minister of the state, that is Maharashtra's Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, who has clearly mentioned that this matter is very serious and the government is taking very serious action in this case. He noted that it has come to light that this was done under a module, and Fadnavis added that TCS has played a very significant role in the case and will not shield anyone, with the head of TCS also strongly condemning the incident. Let's listen in to what same Devendra Fadnavis has said.
ये मामला बहुत सीरियस मामला है और इस पर बहुत कड़ी कार्रवाई हम लोग कर रहे हैं और बिल्कुल ध्यान में आता है कि एक मॉड्यूल के तहत इसको किया गया है। फॉर्चुनेटली टीसीएस जैसी कंपनी ने बहुत बड़ी भूमिका इसमें ली है। किसी को भी शील्ड हम नहीं करेंगे, इस प्रकार की भूमिका टीसीएस ने ली है और टीसीएस के प्रमुख ने भी इसकी बहुत निंदा की है। और मुझे लगता है कि इस मॉड्यूल के तार कहां तक है, इसकी जांच हम लोग करेंगे। हम लोगों ने सेंट्रल एजेंसीज को भी इत्तला दी है और आवश्यकता के अनुसार उनकी भी मदद इसमें ली जाएगी।
All right, now there are many other political reactions coming in this case, in the Nashik TCS scandal, the conversion sexual harassment which was happening there. Now, Republic exclusively spoke to Nitish Rane in this case. Let's listen into what he said.
See, we want to make this a jihad mukta Maharashtra. Nothing as such will be tolerated in our Hindu Rashtra. This is not anyone's Abbas Pakistan. This is not an Islamic Rashtra which you will blatantly go around and do jihad. Everyone will be punished who is doing jihad openly here, any kind of jihad, right from land jihad, love jihad, now this corporate jihad, everyone will be punished severely.
You have been constantly tagged in various social media posts saying that your attention is needed there because not only in Nashik but in Pune, in Mumbai, in various corporate offices, such things are happening. What is the cognizance that you're taking about it?
See, our police department is keeping an eye on everything. Whatever information we are getting, we are investigating it. We are looking into all angles, all corners, and only after the assurance that it's a genuine case, our police is doing investigation and we are giving the support. So whoever wants to reach to us, they can, but everything will be thoroughly investigated, scrutinized, and then we'll go ahead.
Sir, last two questions for you. TCS gave a delayed statement on this. Is government taking a serious cognizance about it? Because when this was brought to light, they made a delayed acknowledgement of this.
TCS is a responsible company, but obviously there are certain mistakes that have been made. We do not encourage or want to encourage any kind of corporate jihad in the coming future. So whatever needs to be done, so all these things can be avoided in the future. This has given a bad name to the entire corporate sector. So I'm sure even they will look into and not want to repeat their mistakes. And we will also ensure that such kind of jihad doesn't happen there.
Sir, lastly, anti-conversion bill was presented in Maharashtra's Vidhan Sabha and Vidhan Parishad. Today, if that was implemented, how important it was to be implemented at this point of time?
Booked all of them right away. It's gone to the Honorable President for signature, final signature. It will be here. It will be implemented any moment. But I'll assure you, once that anti-conversion bill is active in our state, no one will be spared. 7 years of non-bailable arrest is what is in that bill, mentioned in that bill. So I'm sure in the coming future, you will not see many conversion cases, or rather no conversion cases in our state.
And what is the punishment that should be given to these corporate jihad people?
Obviously, it should be as extreme as possible, because they are spoiling the name of our nation and of our state, and also of the respective organizations. We do not give jobs to do jihad. We give jobs so they grow in their career. Their houses run on that. So now, as a lot of Hindu shopkeepers or all those people are taking a view that we should only sell to Hindus. Now I think in some time we'll also hear that we should also employ only Hindus. So I think that's something that the noise is growing in that direction.
Lastly, the Nashik police is saying that victims should come up. What would you appeal to the female employees who have not yet come up and spoke about this?
See, I'll tell you one thing. This is a Hindutwadi government. We are here to protect the Hindus. Devendra Fadnavis ji is very clear in his actions. His actions have been spoken louder than his words. So I think all our Hindu sisters should come ahead. We are here to protect you. None of your identity will obviously not be disclosed, but all kind of protection will be given and ensure that nothing as such happens in the future.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are fetching right now. Republic has accessed the suspension letter of the HR at TCS, which is Nida Khan. This is the letter that we have accessed, and let me quote it, that what was written in the letter. Republic accesses Nida Khan's suspension letter. TCS has suspended Nida Khan from its Nashik office with immediate effect. Now, according to suspension order dated April 9th, the letter states that the company was made aware of a very serious matter reported against Nida Khan, pursuant to which she is currently in judicial or police custody, citing her inability to discharge official duties. Now, TCS has revoked her network access and directed her to surrender all company assets. The order which was given, the order bars her from reporting to any TCS office or working from any remote location, also from home, no work from home, until further communication, and instructs her not to discuss the matter with any employee. So Republic accesses Nida Khan's suspension letter. This is exclusive that we have fetched and we have access to. This is Nida Khan, who's one of the accused in this entire sexual harassment case, conversion scandal. And now while she's looking for anticipatory bail, she's trying for bail in this case, and she's not getting any. And this is the latest that we are getting. Republic accessing Nida Khan's suspension letter, which has clear mention of the fact that the company was made aware of a serious matter reported against Khan, pursuant to which she is currently in judicial or police custody, citing her inability to discharge official duties. TCS has revoked her network access and directed her to surrender all company assets. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, this is related to the waiver that was given to the Iranian oil and the Russian oil by the United States government. Now, as per the latest update in this, the US State Secretary has decided not to continue with the waiver. Let's watch this exclusive report for more details on what exactly does this mean.
Since the Iran war kicked off on February 28th, the United States suddenly finds itself with enemies on both flanks, Russia to the North Asia and Iran in West Asia. So, in classic American fashion, Washington has decided to kill two birds with one very expensive arrow by quietly letting the sanctions waivers on Russian and Iranian oil expire.
I don't have an update on the tariffs, but I do have an update on sanctions. Not be renewing the general license on Russian oil, and we will not be renewing the general license on Iranian oil. Because again, that was oil that was on the water prior to March 11th.
Right.
So all that has been used.
See, first and foremost, we should be honest with ourselves and we should be realistic as to what we face.
What would be India's oil strategy post-US waiver?
If the waiver is not there, then is America going to apply another 25% tariffs on us if we buy Russian oil? That is the core question, right? So if we buy Russian oil or we continue to buy Russian oil, we get that 25% again, charged to us. Common sense would say that perhaps we don't want to incur that extra 25% tariff, so therefore we will stop buying Russian oil or we will reduce logically. There are two pieces to it. One I see from geopolitical point of view, another I see from energy point of view. From geopolitical point of view, if we are going to stop or reduce buying Russian oil, we should ask America for something in return. We should bargain a little. We should bargain that, okay, move up the Quad summit, because right now the Quad summit is going to be held sometime, but maybe September and all. Marco Rubio is coming. We should tell him, okay, fine. We will reduce buying Russian oil as well as Iranian oil, but you move the Quad summit up, make it happen quicker so that we have clarity on how the Quad is engaging with this world situation, right? Otherwise, Quad remains lingering. So that's one. Secondly, on the energy side of things, I think, again, we need to get real. We need to tighten our belt, pull up our socks. Countries like Korea, Taiwan were not made in a single day. There is a certain work culture these countries adopted in those years when they were able to develop fast. So therefore, one, I will say as an economic emergency, India should introduce a 6-day work week for 1 year as a pilot. Just 1 year, 6-day work week. A 6-day work week will give us a boost of our GDP by 2%. If not 2%, 1.5%. Yes, I understand the downsides. People will feel tired, you want to rest, burnout, low productivity, mental health. Many of those issues are there. But take it, India and Indians should take it as a challenge for just 1 year to show the world that we can work hard for our nation if and when needed. This will boost up our GDP by 2%. That is one. Second, now that's the GDP component, right? We need to boost our GDP. Second, out of this 6-day work week, have 1 day as work from home because we are facing the energy crisis also, right? We want lesser number of cars going out, buses, if possible. So introduce 1 day work from home. Companies should have the flexibility any day of the week they want, or they can work out some mechanism. But it should be 1 day work from home compulsory across all government and all private sector, whichever sectors, etc. Third thing, tax heavily the big cars and the SUVs. They're gas guzzlers, and people who are buying those kind of cars and all, they can easily afford to pay some more as a tax. Let it be as a luxury tax. 10,000 rupees a year on big sedans above a certain market value. Such class of people can absolutely afford to pay 10,000 rupees a year, I would say.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because there's a lot more lined up in the coming next bulletin. After the break, we'll get you exclusive details of the voting for women's reservation bill set to begin in Lok Sabha at 4 p.m. Don't go anywhere. Coming up just after a short commercial break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा,
क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, India has marked a major leap on World Quantum Day. Now, coming to the story, at SRM University, Amravati Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu had inaugurated 1S quantum test bed built on superconducting technology, that too in the presence of the Pro-Chancellor of SRM AP. Watch this report.
India steps into the quantum future. On World Quantum Day, Andhra Pradesh CM N. Chandrababu Naidu unveiled India's first indigenous quantum computing test beds with a key launch at the SRM University, Amravati.
With Amaravati 1S at SRM University and Amaravati 1Q at Medha Towers, we are creating two complementary facilities. One strengthens academic and research access, the other enables industry-facing testing and deployment.
The launch was attended by Pro-Chancellor of SRM AP, Dr. P. Satyanarayan, marking the university's central role in India's quantum push.
Actually, as we all know, our Chief Minister is having a grand vision for the capital Amravati, and which he has declared as the Amravati Quantum Valley. So SRM by its own wants to contribute to that vision, and that's where we started this Quantum Institute. So in this we are now installing a quantum reference test bed. So which means that the components which are made for making a quantum computer will be tested in this reference test beds.
1Q test bed, developed by Cubitech, was launched virtually from Gannavaram.
The country was waiting for this kind of revolution of quantum computer. It's very expensive and it is a very high-end technology, and it will basically give a big momentum to the research and also national security system.
What sets this apart? These systems are fully indigenous, strengthening India's deep tech ambitions.
Indians are capable, provided there is a convergence. If you see here, Amaravati 1S and 1Q are not merely computers. They are fully instrumented quantum hardware test beds. They will enable validation, benchmarking, and certification under real operating conditions.
With SRM University at the forefront, Amravati is fast emerging as India's Quantum Valley.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. There's a lot more lined up after a short commercial break. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, Lashkar's chief's son meets Amir Hamza hours after Amir Hamza was attacked. And also coming up, voting for women's reservation bill set to begin in Lok Sabha at 4 p.m. today.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRA...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Video proof emerges of forced conversion at TCS Nashik. Accused Tausif Atar seen giving skull cap to a male victim. Apex Court rejected Pawan Khera's plea to extend the anticipatory bail. Republic breaks the biggest story from Pakistan. Lashkar's chief's son meets Amir Hamza hours after he was attacked. From Nashik to Amravati, new video shows cops seen feeding cake and extending birthday wishes to Amravati predator. Voting for women's reservation bill set to begin in Lok Sabha at 4 p.m. today.
All right, a very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching live coverage from the Parliament on Republic TV, and we are now counting down to the voting. But there's a breaking news that is coming in right now. The NDA says that it is ready for a fresh deliberation as far as the bill is concerned, and that's the breaking news we have right now. Delimitation bill. We're talking about the delimitation bill, and the government says it's ready for fresh deliberation on the bill. Meeting is underway, in fact, in Amir Shah's chamber in Parliament with senior ministers present. And the opposition has expressed clear objection to proposed increase of seats to 850 plus. And after this meeting, a delegation of government, that is a government ministerial delegation, will meet senior opposition leaders to convey the changes being considered. So that's an important update that we're getting in right now. So as we see that there might be a sort of a log jam, the BJP says that it is ready for consultations and deliberations. Has been the demand of the opposition as far as delimitation is concerned, and we've seen DMK being at the forefront of the protests against delimitation. That is the breaking news we have right now. In fact, Prime Minister Modi has also tweeted. Let us just go across to what the Prime Minister has said, and I'll just quote what the Prime Minister has said. The Prime Minister has posted on X, and I quote, "I would say to all the members of Parliament, keeping in mind the memory of your mother, sister, daughter, wife in your home, listen to your conscience. This is a great opportunity to serve the women power of the country, to honor them. Do not deprive them of new opportunities." He goes on to write, and I quote, "This amendment will be passed by consensus and the women power of the country will become even more empowered. The democracy of the country will become even more empowered. Come, let us together create history today. Give the women of India, the country's half population, their rightful due." So that is the breaking news we have right now. The Prime Minister appealing for a, this is for the women reservation bill, the women quota bill. And this is Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, appealing, writing to the members of the Parliament that keep your mothers, sisters, daughters, wives and in your home to listen to your conscience. And this amendment will be historic. The women of the country will become more empowered, and the democracy of the country will be even more empowered, says the Prime Minister, as voting, of course, is expected around 4 p.m. today. Meanwhile, we also are getting to know about the meeting that is underway, that has been called on as far as the delimitation bill is concerned. A meeting is underway at Home Minister's chamber. Senior ministers are present, and deliberations with opposition senior leaders is being held. So that's, of course, a very, very important point as well. This is the breaking news. We have other updates coming in, but the important part is what the Prime Minister is saying, viewers. He has written this on social media about empowering women. It's a personal appeal, an emotional appeal, and of course, the center of it is women empowerment and empowering the democracy he talks about in the same breath. So this is the latest breaking news we have right now, as we expect the voting to begin around 4 p.m. in Lok Sabha today. In fact, I have been speaking on Prime Minister Modi. I am continuing to speak on Prime Minister Modi as we hit that breaking full frame. Prime Minister Modi has appealed for votes in support of the Nari Shakti bill. And he has also said that millions of women are watching the Parliament. Do not disappoint them. So this is the Prime Minister's appeal. As we see, the voting will be underway in around 2 hours from now in the Parliament. So this is the Prime Minister's tweet I was talking about, how he has said that one must remember, the members of the Parliament today must remember their mothers, their sisters, their wives, and think of their empowerment. Think of the women in your household, think of the women in your family, and think of the women of the country. Do not disappoint them. This amendment will be passed by consensus. He's exuding confidence. The women power of the country will become even more empowered, and democracy of the country will become even more empowered. Harsha, my colleague, joining us on the broadcast. Harsha, while we see the voting is going to begin a short while from now, but the Prime Minister has, in fact, just ahead of that important voting, he has appealed to all the members of the Parliament that this should be done
this amendment must be passed for the empowerment of the women and thereafter consequently the empowerment of our democracy.
Yes, Rakshita, this just before the voting will begin in the lower house of the parliament, that is Lok Sabha at around 4 o'clock. But before that, Prime Minister's tweet become of utmost importance. But not only tweet, Prime Minister yesterday also spoke about how important is this Nari Bandhan Adhiniyam bill and how much work has been done to make necessary amendments in the bill, and also how millions of women are looking up to the government in each and every opposition party also to support unanimously on this bill. Today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has tweeted also just 2 hours before the voting that each and every opposition party should come together, stand united and support on this Nari Shakti bill. Not once, not twice. Government has iterated this multiple times before this bill is brought in the special session of the parliament, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi has appealed to each and every opposition party leaders to support unanimously without any break in this amendment to support this bill so that it can be made into act. We already know that yesterday late night the gazette was out in which the women reservation amendment bill now has come to an act, but today the voting has to start in which all the leaders, all the MPs in the Lok Sabha will be voting in favor or in not in favor of this bill. But yes, most of the leaders have spoken in favor of this bill. Most of the parties have assured to the government that they are in support of the bill. Congress also has stated that they support this bill, but they have some issues with the delimitation. They have issues with the delimitation and the Article 82, which has been mentioned along with it, and therefore they want government to put more, to put more mind into this delimitation bill, and that is the reason why today the meeting of the senior ministers is also taking place. All the senior minister delegation is meeting right now in the chamber of Amir Shah, and after that they'll be meeting opposition party leaders as well. Not only this, Rakshita, the leaders like Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and KC Venugopal are meeting speaker right now. Akhilesh Yadav met Kiran Rijiju. That means they all are championing this women reservation bill. The opposition parties are not against this bill. They just want government to see not to raise the number to 850. They only want government to do this women reservation bill in the current delimitation, not to carry out the new delimitation exercise without doing the census on the basis of the caste. This is what their demand is, and yes, government has assured them that the South will not be neglected, that there will be no disadvantage to South. All the representation of the South assemblies will be also kept in mind. The Delimitation Commission will also be told about the recommendation of the opposition party. That means government is doing each and everything, mulling about it, meeting the opposition leaders, keeping their point also in mind before passing this Nari Bandhan Adhiniyam bill. But Rakshita, one thing is for sure, that today this amendment bill will be passed and will soon see the light of this women reservation bill, and each and every woman across the country is very happy, Rakshita, because most of the women who are not in the political field, might be some are entrepreneur in some different field, all of them are expecting that they could have their representation in the parliament. The number of seats will rise. More and more representation of women in the parliament means more and more empower to the women of the country. Back to you. Yes, Rakshita, we see the parliament we see as not that much time is left. Just 2 more hours. We'll see at 4 o'clock the voting will begin. Yesterday also Amir Shah kept his point. Yesterday Amir Shah responded to each and every opposition party leaders like A. Raja. He responded to A. Raja. He also kept forth the point of the Asauddin Owaisi as well, who mentioned about the article, who mentioned that this is a violation of federalism. Amir Shah went on by stating that this is not the violation of federalism. This is in fact the empowering of the women. This in fact is in line with the Supreme Court judgment in the year 1992. Not only this is what BJP had promised in the year 2023 when the first time women reservation bill was passed to this government.
Just stay on with us. I have to interrupt you there, Arshab. Just stay on with us. We have another breaking news that we have. There are 3 parallel meetings that are underway right now in the parliament as we speak. Ashwini Vaishnav, Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Prahlad Joshi are meeting the Prime Minister. Meanwhile, Kiran Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, meeting Akhilesh Yadav ahead of vote, and KC Venugopal and Priyanka Vadra meet Speaker Om Birla. And that is the breaking news we have right now. This is about the other meetings that we have. Okay, the Prime Minister, I have spoken on that. We can again re-break it. All right, millions of women watching Parliament, says the Prime Minister, do not disappoint them. He appeals to the members of the Parliament to vote in favour of the amendment, the Women's Reservation Act Amendment Bill, and he's appealing for votes in favour of the Nari Shakti Bill, and he is written on social media platform X. Ishita, well, tell us more details about what the Prime Minister has said. Ishita, if you could hear me. Ishita, the Prime Minister has appealed to the members of the Parliament.
Right.
For supporting.
Right. Of course,
Yeah.
viewers, we are looking at lots of action taking place inside the Parliament, and now amid those major action taking place inside the Parliament, we have Prime Minister Modi putting out a tweet, his final appeal to all the MPs to leave beyond their politics, to do not give this bill a political colour, and to go vote for this bill. Now, that's the final appeal coming in from the Prime Minister. He goes on to mention how last night Parliament was working till about 1 a.m. and today also, as it reconvened at 11 a.m., discussion has been going on. He goes on to mention that every problem, every objection that was raised by the opposition regarding this has now been readdressed. Any clarification that was asked by the government was given on the floor of the House. And now he says, right 2 hours before the voting is set to take place at 4 p.m., he appeals all the MPs to come on board and to vote for this crucial bill, to not deprive the women of the country of their right to be represented, to have a say in policy making, in decision making at the state and national level. So Prime Minister Modi's appeal coming in just 2 hours before all three crucial bills are going to be put to vote at about 4 p.m. So lots of action now taking place. In fact, inside the Lok Sabha, we have the top BJP leadership meeting the Prime Minister. You have the Congress leaders meeting the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla. And amid those action, the last appeal and the final appeal coming in from the Prime Minister, where he asks all the MPs to leave aside their politics and to vote for this bill. And not just that, he also gives out an assurance that this will be passed by consensus, saying that all the parties on board will come. Across a political spectrum, they will come on board and will give their green light to this bill. So it all comes down to now how the voting will take place. The ball is clearly in the opposition's court right now, as the Prime Minister Modi gives out his final appeal to all the MPs to come forward and make this a historic moment for the women of the country. He goes on to mention that how for the past 4 decades there have been several attempt to get women their reservation, about a 33% quota in just state assemblies as well as in the Lok Sabha. And now he says that let's bring that to an end, that struggle to an end. And at 4 p.m. Today, let's come together and vote for this bill.
Right, Right. Of course, this is Prime Minister's emotional appeal as well. And of course, as the Prime Minister and as, of course, the top leader, he has made this a very crucial appeal at a point where we see that hectic parleys are also underway. We understand with the news coming in that there are 3 parallel meetings underway. It is obvious that the ND is trying to, invite all the parties to coming on board, to coming together for this very, very crucial bill that has been hanging in balance for decades now. And we'll just get our viewers more updates. KC Venugopal and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra are meeting, are holding a meeting with Om Birla, the Speaker, and Kiran Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister's meeting Akhilesh Yadav ahead of the voting. Meanwhile, in another meeting, Ashwini Vaishnav, Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Prahlad Joshi are meeting the Prime Minister. So we can understand that it's a very, very important bill, and it sends out a big message as to what really happens during the voting, and that's what is important, Ishita. The Prime Minister has tried to focus on in these activities that are going on right now, the hectic parleys that are going on, these back-to-back updates that are coming in, and and with that we see parallelly the communication from the Prime Minister, the messaging from the Prime Minister clearly shows that this is a very, very important moment for the women of the country. That's why the Prime Minister said that everybody is watching you in the Parliament, and do not